I'm turning 27, but
Good.
yeah. Because Ellie messaged me, she was like, you are eligible. And I was like, I'm not.
So the first race of the day is underway between Bristol Aerial Rowing Club and Upper Thames Rowing Club. With Upper Thames leading, and they're just currently leading by just over a length over Bristol. Upper Thames continue with their dominant lead in this race and have now relaxed their rating, cruising along as they approach their home club near the finish. As both crews approach the finish, Upper Thames are well in control of this race, ahead by about 4 or 5 lengths over Bristol Aerial Rowing Club.
Women's Masters, B double sculls between Upton Rowing Club on the pier side and Millbridge Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station far side. As they come through the boating area, Millbridge have a comfortable lead over the crew from Upton. Millbridge brings 28, Upton at 30. It is Millbridge who have a comfortable lead as they progress up through the boating area.
The second of the women's B double scull races is now in progress between Upton Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station and Bealbridge Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. As you can see, Bealbridge have a comfortable lead in this race, even before they got to the halfway point. The result of the previous race, number race 142, Women's B double sculls, was a win for Upper Thames Rowing Club over Bristol Aerial Rowing Club by 4.5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Back to the race that's on the course at the moment, race 143. Bealbridge continue to lead by a considerable margin over Upton Rowing Club. Bealbridge, they come from East Sussex, where there's a dammed lake, and it's called Beal Water. Well worth a visit if you can ever get there. Lovely club, lovely bit of water.
Race number 144 has started. This is the first semi-final of the Open Masters N single sculls between Dennis Crowley from Commercial Rowing Club in Ireland, who is on Berkshire Station, and Julian Scrivener from Upton Rowing Club on Buck Station. As the two sculls come towards the boat area, it's the scull from Ireland, Dennis Crowley, who has taken the lead, looking very comfortable, sculling nicely. Scrivener is at 28, trying to get back on terms with Crowley. Crowley is rewarded for his steering, but he has a 4-length lead over Scrivener. Crowley continues to enjoy a healthy lead over Scrivener from Upton. Crowley from Commercial now dropping his race to 26. Scrivener still at 30, but Scrivener struggling to get back on terms as they progress towards Otway and the last turn of the race.
The race that's currently in progress is Masters If single sculls between Julian Scrivener from Upton Rowing Club and Dennis Crowley from Commercial Rowing Club in Ireland. With Crowley currently leading Scrivener. As the single scullers both come to the 3/4 mile mark, Dennis Crowley from Commercial continues to lead Julian Scrivener from Upton. The result of the previous race was a win for Bealbridge Rowing Club by an easily verdict in a time of 4 minutes and 17 seconds over Upton Rowing Club in the women's B double sculls. And as the single scullers cross the line, that's a win for Crowley over Scrivener.
The second semi-final of Masters N singles is on course. This is between Michael Parsons from Marlow Rowing Club and Duncan Williams from Snowboard. William on the far side of the course has taken an early lead, and as the two scullers
In the second of the F single scull races, Duncan Gwilliam from Stourport continues to lead Michael Parsons from Marlow Rowing Club by about 3 lengths as they pass the 3/4 mile signal and approach the finish. The results of the last 2 races were both Masters F single scull races, and they were both wins by 2.5 lengths in times of 4 minutes 24. The first one was won by Crowley from Commercial, the second by Gwilym from Stourport. So they'll be in the final. Since they're both at the same time, it should be quite a good final. The race has just finished. Was a win for Peterborough City and Leicester Rowing Club Composite over London Rowing Club, and that was the C Quad Sculls. must admit that I had not heard of Endeavour Racing Alliance before, but I'm reliably informed that they are sort of a virtual club of convenience where people get together from a variety of different clubs dotted across USA and then put together sort of a composite entry and then come across and enter events such as Henley Masters Regatta. But despite that, they are not doing quite so well against the Italian club from Soccolo Canatieri from Lazio, who are sculling beautifully and have a lead of about 3.5 lengths as they come past the 3/4 mile signal. In the last race, Peterborough City and Leicester Rowing Club won by 1.25 lengths in a time of 3 minutes 22. So let's see what time the Italian quads can do now, and because they'll be meeting them in the final. Isn't this a good race? Avon County continue to lead by a small margin, but they've been warned for their steering because they drifted across into the middle of the river. So these two crews, I've just had a look on my map, and they're about 11 miles away from each other. One in Bradford-upon-Avon, one a little bit further west. But Avon County continue to lead despite their race. They've gotten back on station now. They're in their black and yellow kit, and they continue to lead over Bradford-upon-Avon in their red kit. The result of the last race was a win for Circolo Canottieri Lazio by 3.5 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 29, and they beat Endeavour Racing Alliance from USA. And here we have the second of the women's C Quad Scull semi-finals, with Falcon Boat Club leading by about 3 lengths over Putney Town Rowing Club. The result from the last race was a win for Avon County Rowing Club. The verdict was 3/4 of a length in a time of 4:01. So they will meet, Avon County from the last semi-final will meet Falcon Boat Club in the final later today. And now coming into the second half of the race, you have the first of the semi-finals of the women's B pairs, Cox's pairs, with Wallingford on the buck station currently leading Exeter Rowing Club. The verdict in the last race was a win for Falcon Boat Club over Putney Town Rowing Club by 3 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 2 seconds, which was only 1 second slower than the previous semi-final, which was a much more closely contested race. And as the crews here come to the finish, it looks like quite a comfortable and easy verdict for Wallingford Rowing Club in their red and light blue kit over Exeter Rowing Club with their green and yellow blades.
See who's next. Yeah. Correct.
And now we have the first of the semi-finals of F Coxed Fours, with York City Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire station, who are currently being beaten by Molesey on the Berkshire station. Molesey currently leading by just over a length as they pass the 3/4 mile signal. The verdict of the last race was a win for Wallingford Rowing Club by 4 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 27 seconds, and they beat Exeter, and that was the women's B Cox's Pairs. And as the crews approach the 3/4 mile signal, the Monmouth Rowing Club with their brown rowing kit are leading the Rocky Mountain Rowing Club from Cherry Creek Reservoir over near Denver in Colorado. And Monmouth's a good rowing town, obviously famous for the fact that they've got a school that also rows quite well. And they continue to lead in this F Coxed 4 semi-final. And Monmouth continue to lead by just under a length as they approach the finish. The result of the previous race was a win for Molesey Boat Club by 3/4 of a length, 3 minutes and 49, and that was a win over York City Rowing Club. So Molesey will then race Monmouth in the final. The result of that race was a win for Monmouth Rowing Club by 3/4 of a length in a time of 3 minutes and 44 seconds, and they beat the Rocky Mountain Rowing Club from Colorado, USA. So this race on the course at the moment is a slight reversal of the previous race. So we previously had Monmouth Rowing Club winning by 3/4 of a length in a time of 3 minutes and 44 over Rocky Mountain Rowing Club, and that was in the men's F Cox Fours. But now we have the women's F Cox Fours. But Monmouth Rowing Club not doing quite so well here. Instead, Marin Rowing from just north of the Golden Gate Bridge, they're leading by about a length and a half as they approach the finish line.
The second semi-final of the Henley Masters F Cox Fours has started. This is between Endeavour Racing Alliance from the United States of America, who are on the Berkshire station, that's the PSR station on the British side, and York City Rowing Club, who are on the Buckinghamshire station. And in the early part of the race, it was the crew of America from Endeavour who have taken an early lead. Endeavour Racing Alliance from the United States of America, a virtual club who come together with members from all over America to come and race at events such as Henley Masters Regatta. And they'll be pleased they did, because they now have a length and a half lead over York City. Endeavour looking very long and slick. Their cops urging them on, showing that you don't necessarily need a microphone to make yourself heard. But now Morgan has a 2-length lead over York City. York City up at 32 strokes a minute. Endeavour now down at 30. But it is the crew from the United States of America who continue to pull away from York City. It is the second semi-final of the Women's Masters F Cox Fours. It is Endeavour from the United States who have a 2.5-length lead over York City as the crews race their way up towards Old Glades.
They don't need, okay. Fair enough. Slightly changing. Oh, that's what we're wearing.
In the second semi-final of the Endeavour Racing Alliance, in the second semi-final of the women's F Cox Fours, is now Endeavour Racing Alliance leading by about 2 lengths over York City Rowing Club as they pass the 3/4 mile signal. But I must hasten to say, when I say the 3/4 mile signal, that's just the signal that's left over from Henley War Regatta, And seeing as Henley Masters regatta starts from a different point, they have not rowed 3/4 of a mile by the time they get here. And as they cross the finish line, that's a win for Endeavour over York. In the previous race, Marin Rowing Association won by 1 3/4 lengths in a time of 4 minutes 20 over Monmouth, so they will now be in the final versus Endeavour, so 2 American women's F Cox Falls in the final. So that was the first semi-final for the H Quad Sculls, which was a win for Tees Rowing Club, who beat Putney Town Rowing Club. And the result from the previous result was a win by Endeavour Racing Alliance at a verdict of 3 lengths in a time under 4 minutes and 16 seconds. So Endeavour Racing Alliance and Marin Rowing Association will be in the final of the women's F Cox Fours. And next up we have the second semi-final of the Open H Quad Sculls between Wallingford and Grosvenor from Chester. And in the previous race, which was the first of the semi-finals of H Quad Sculls, that was a win for Tees Rowing Club by 2.5 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 51 seconds. So they'll be in the final, and it looks very much like Grosvenor Rowing Club in their burnt orange kit will be the other finalist. They have a nice comfortable win here over Wallingford Rowing Club. Just in case you needed some confirmation there, that was a win for Grosvenor Rowing Club. The verdict was easily in a time of 4 minutes and 14 seconds, which is considerably slower than Tees Rowing Club in the other semi-final, but then Grosvenor weren't pressed very hard. So let's see how Grosvenor and Tees fare up in the final later today. And as the crews come towards the finish of this semi-final of C Cox's Fours, H-Craft Rowing Club now have a good advantage over the Ruder Club Alemannia from 1866 from Hamburg. Unfortunately, Alemannia hit the booms earlier on, which didn't give them much of an advantage. So H-Craft now lead by about 2 lengths. The Alemannia crew in their red and white stripy kit, and the H-Craft crew with their red kit with their blue and white blades. and Agecroft had just managed to win that by about a length. Alemania came back at them quite strongly in the second half, but hitting the booms did them no favours.
Semi-final of Masters C. Cox's Falls is on course and racing. This is between Bradford on Avon, who are on the near side, and Uptown Rowing Club on the far side of Buckinghamshire Station. In the first third of the race, it was Bradford on Avon, just down there near Bath, who have taken a one-length lead. Bradford working hard up at 36, Uptown slightly lower at 34. Bradford rowing nicely and going away from Uptown. Bradford all in red on the near side, white laces, red stripes, continues to move away from Uptown Rowing Club on blue on the far side of the course. It was now very nice steady conditions on the course, no heavy rain didn't last for very long. It is Bradford who continues to lead Uptown.
Era andato in piscina, però in piscine diverse perché tutti con i paddleboard.
And the result of that second semi-final in C. Cox's Fours was a win for Bradford on Avon Rowing Club by 3 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 33 seconds. So all the threes, all very symmetrical there, and they beat Putney Town Rowing Club. So Bradford will now face Agecroft in the final of C. Cox's Fours.
The next race on course
tell you what, we'll save Temple Island and Deer Hill for when the boys are here. Do you remember Deer Hill?
Yeah, yeah.
We've gone up that a few times, haven't we? And all the little babies have been bobbed.
Marlow still looking great lead to tidings. Having extended their lead to a half length now over Walton Rowing Club. Marlow in red, Walton with their familiar stripe race, but Marlow are now being more to their steering. Having said that, as two crews progress past Old Place, it is Marlow who have a 3/4 of a length lead.
And in the second of the semi-finals, Marlow Rowing Club have just crossed the finish line just ahead of Wilton Rowing Club, and that's the second of the women's. That's the first of the women's C4s.
The second semi-final of the Women's Masters C Cox's Falls is on course. This is between Aberdeen Boat Club, Scotland on the near side, and Twickenham Rowing Club on the far side. In the early stage of the race, it was the crew from the River Dee who have taken the lead, and as they pass the barrier, Aberdeen have a 1-length lead over Twickenham Rowing Club. Aberdeen looking neat and tidy, are under racing. They're at 32, Twickenham up at 34, but Aberdeen looking to move away from Twickenham. Aberdeen very strong. Twickenham keeping the race high, but Aberdeen continues to move away from Twickenham. Aberdeen with purple blades on the varnished side with white chevrons. Twickenham with white blades on the far side. Aberdeen still looking neat and tidy and strong. Happily containing the crew from Twickenham, who are up at 36 strokes a minute, trying to get back on terms, but Aberdeen continues to move away as they move on to Old Blades.
And in the second of the women's C Cox's 4 semi-finals, we have Aberdeen Boat Club with their purple kit and purple blades, and the Berkshire Station continue to lead by about 2 lengths over Twickenham Rowing Club in their pink and blue kit on the Buckinghamshire Station. Twickenham seem to be chasing hard, but Aberdeen seem to be well in control of this particular race as they pass the 3/4 mile signal. The verdict of the last race, which was the other semi-final in the same category, was a win for Marlow Rowing Club by 1 length in a time minute of 4 minutes exactly. But back to the race that's on the course right now. Aberdeen Boat Club continue to lead as they approach the finish, and they have now crossed the finish line about 2 lengths ahead of Twickenham. We await the official verdict. verdict of the last race was a win for Aberdeen Boat Club by 2 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 4 seconds in the women's C Cox's Falls over Twickenham. But here we have Molesey Boat Club approaching the finish versus Henley Round Club, leading them by about a length and a half, and that is in the B8s, the fastest event of the regatta, I'd imagine.
Second semi-final of Men's Masters B8 is underway. This is race number 162. It's between Crabtree Boat Club, the English Bloodline Club on the near side, and London Rowing Club on the far side. In the early stages of the race, Crabtree has gone off to a slightly better start. Coming past the barrier, Crabtree have a quarter of a length lead over London. Crabtree at 36. London also at 36. Crabtree looking neat and tidy. Still have a quarter of a length lead as they come into the enclosures. Great race this. Crabtree in their pale turquoise green, just moving out slightly more, and that lead is now 1/2 of a length over the rain stars. London still at 36, Crabtree at 36. Crabtree are moving slightly away from London. Nothing better than rowing in the rain, especially when you're racing into the water flat. And it is Crabtree who move away from London Rowing Club and have 3/4 of a length lead. London, though, working hard to come back on turns and may well be pulling some of that lead back.
This is a good race, isn't it? This is between Crabtree, Cambridge Old Boys on the Berkshire station, who are leading, making a really good race of it, but London are not letting them get away from it. They're chasing hard. The rating's high. The rain's coming down hard. I don't think they're really going to be noticing the rain too much. They're just giving it all. Crabtree staying ahead. They've got an advantage of about a length and a half, which they're maintaining now as the last few strokes towards the finish. That's it. So Crabtree have won that one by a bit over half a length, something like that.
Race number 163 is now on course. This is the first semi-final in the Women's Masters B8. Between City of Cambridge Rowing Club on Berkshire Station, that's the near side, and City of Bristol Rowing Club on the far station, the Buckinghamshire side. Another nice race. Don't just enjoy all this great race racing. There's a crew on the far side, City of Bristol, who have a 3/4 of a length lead over Cambridge. And that's domination of the race. City of Bristol have extended their lead to over a length over City of Cambridge. Bristol at 33, Cambridge at 28. It's City of Bristol who are moving away from City of Cambridge as the crews come past the floating area. So I was wrong about the shower racing. But Bristol looking very comfortable now. Has a 4-length lead over City of Cambridge. As these two crews in the semi-final of Women's Masters B8 go past the 40 marker. It is City of Bristol who enjoy a comfortable lead over City of Cambridge. Yeah, all right, thanks, mate. Take care.
And at the halfway mark, we have the race of the two cities, as City of Bristol Rowing Club lead City of Cambridge Rowing Club in the semi-final of the women's B8s. The City of Bristol seem to have this one well in hand and have strode it out and dropped the rate. They're pretty confident of the win at this stage, and they continue to lead City of Cambridge by about 4 lengths. They will then go through to the final, and the final, the next semi-final and the next race will be Canterbridgian, who are also from Cambridge, and Lee Rowing Club from northeast London.
Two other crews progressing up the course are Cancer Region Rowing Club and Lee Rowing Club. They're due to race in the second semi-final of Women's Masters P8. That race has now been delayed due to an equipment failure in the lead crew's boat. Boat's coming back in for repairs. That race will happen later in the day.
The verdict of the last race was that City of Bristol won by 3.5 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 57 seconds, and they beat City of Cambridge. And the race before that, which was the men's B8s, was that Crabtree won by 3/4 of a length over London Rowing Club, and the time was 3 minutes and 13 seconds, which was only 1 second faster than the previous other semi-final. So that should be quite a closely contested final between Crabtree and Molesey in the men's B8s. So obviously the second of the women's B8 semi-finals has now been postponed due to a trouble that Lee had with their equipment near the start. So we'll then move on to the G Quad Sculls semi-finals, which are coming up next.
Semi-final of Open Masters G Quad Sculls. Walter Rowing Club on the near side and Sons of the Thames Rowing Club on the far side. Sons of the Thames, all in blue, have an early lead and currently have just over a length over Walter Rowing Club. Sons of the Thames at 34, Walton at 32. But it is Sons of the Thames who have the lead of 2 lengths as the rain starts to come down harder. Not much change in this race. Sons of the Thames with a length and a half lead. Walton pushing hard to get back on turn. It is Sons of the Thames who lead Walton as they progress towards home plate.
And so as we come towards the finish here, the Sons of the Thames Rowing Club from Hammersmith are beating Walton Rowing Club in the G Quad Sculls. That is a verdict of a little bit over a length. What was the... And here we have the second of the Open G quad sculls, as Cimarron Rowing Club from USA lead as they cross the finish line by almost 2 lengths over Tideway Scullers. The last race was a win by Sons of the Thames in 1 1/4 lengths, 3 minutes and 47. See you later. So the verdict of that race was a win for Cimarron from USA by 1 1/2 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 43 seconds, which was a bit faster than what Sons had accomplished in the other semi-final. There should be a good final between the two of them. Next we move on to a single semi-final of the men's D double sculls, followed by the women's D double sculls.
Race number 167 is now on the course. This is the first and only semi-final of Open Masters D double sculls between Ardingly Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, the near side, and a composite from Warwick Rowing Club and Abingdon Boat Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. Coming into the enclosures is the composite crew from Warwick and Abingdon, who have taken the lead. They have 2 lengths over Warwick. Warwick pushing hard. Warwick up at 36 kilos a minute. The composite crew looking very mixed down at 34. But it is the composite from Abingdon and Warwick who are looking good. Ardingly steering, going slightly right, moving into the middle course as they try and work hard to get back on terms with the composite from Warwick and Abingdon. But Warwick and Abingdon continue to move away. As the sun makes a reappearance, Ardingly put in a push. Ardingly still at 36, pushing hard to get back on terms with the Warwick Abingdon composite. But as the composites go past the 40 box first, they enjoy a 3-length lead over Ardingly.
And here we have Warwick versus an Abingdon Boat Club composite versus Ardingly, and that's a fairly comfortable win for Warwick and Abingdon over Ardingly, and that's the men's double sculls D category, the one and only semi-final. The result of the previous race was a win for Cimarron Rowing Club, 1 1/2 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 43 seconds.
Race number 168 is now on the course. This is the first semi-final
So in this first semi-final of the women's D double sculls, we have Maddie Brodie and Alison Cox in the Bedford and Star Rowing Club composite crew. So Maddie's a born and bred Bedford lass who's rowed for both Bedford Rowing Club and Star Club. Alison Cox is a former Oxford Blue and was president of OUWBC in 1994. Went to New College in Oxford and now lives in Bedford, and actually currently works in Cambridge. She's currently the domestic bursar at St John's College in Cambridge. But they're racing the Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club for just next to the bridge. Many of you will have rowed underneath that bridge as you've done Tideway races. But currently Barnesbridge are dominating this race and leading by many lengths as they pass the 3/4 mile signal.
The next race on the course this morning is the second semi-final of Women's Masters D double sculls between Peterborough City Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station, that's the near side, and Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station, the far side. And it is Maidstone Invicta as they come up from the enclosures who have taken the lead. Their rate is down at 24 strokes a minute, but they have a 3-length lead over the crew from Peterborough. Peterborough in yellow and blue on the near side. Maidstone on the far side. It's Maidstone looking comfortable as they come towards the racing area. Peterborough, their rate up now at 30. Trying hard to get back on terms, but Maidstone looking comfortable. In this next semi-final of Women's Masters D double sculls, it is Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club who enjoy a comfortable lead over Peterborough City.
And the verdict of the last race was a win for Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club over Bedford Star Rowing Club Composite. The verdict was 5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 19 seconds. And as we get to the 3/4 mile signal in the current race, Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club from Kent have a comfortable lead over Peterborough City Rowing Club. I'm reliably informed that the bow woman in the Maidstone crew is Adriana, who's from Romania. She's obviously doing a good job, comfortably leading this race as they approach the finish. Next up, we'll go on to the Open E double sculls, the 2 semi-finals there.
As a brief moment between races, let me remind you that the 2023 World Rowing Masters Regatta will be held in South Africa this year from the 21st of September to the 24th
So this is a real battle of the West Country here. Wimbledon row on a lake in the Exmoor National Park, just in Somerset, but very close to the border with Devon. And obviously Exeter are based in Devon themselves. Really close all the way to the line. Fantastic racing here today, brilliant. The rain is now abated, so it's clear, and it's neck and neck. It really is probably the best race we've had, and the best and closest race we've had all day so far. With Exeter marginally ahead, but very close to the booms. Exeter very, very close to the booms, but they're ahead by about half a length or so over Wimbledon just as they cross the finish line. A quick result from the last race, which was a win for Crabtree Boat Club over Monmouth Rowing Club. The verdict was 5 lengths and the time was 3 minutes and 51 seconds. And that was the second of the E double scull semi-finals, so Crabtree will go and race Exeter in the final. But back to the current race that's on the water right now, which is the women's E double sculls.
The first semi of the women's E-doubles continues, passing whole play with Henley Masters on the far side, rating 31, continuing to lead Upper Thames Rowing Club, who are still at 35 by about 3/4 of a length.
It was a reasonably close race, this one here, pretty good, between Upper Thames Rowing Club, who have the advantage of home water, but obviously Eton Excelsior not too far downstream. They're here, and it's pretty neck and neck, even as they come to the finish line. Both crews rating high. Upper Thames has been warned for their steering. Eton Excelsior have a slight advantage of perhaps half a length or so over Upper Thames. And as they come to the finish line, it looks like Eton are fairly confident they're ahead as they cross the finish line, about half a length or so ahead.
On then to the second semi of the women's E-doubles, Henley Rowing Club on station closest to us, and Highway Scullers School on the far side. Approaching the boating area, it's Henley with a small advantage, maybe 3/4 of a length over Highway Scullers. Umpire just giving Scullers a little warning on their steering as they creep over towards the middle of this boom course. Scullers respond. Henley just squeeze away a little bit now, leads by 1 length, just beginning to take some clear water in this semi of the women's E-doubles. And at the moment, Henley by about a length and a half, just squeezing away with every stroke. Scullers have corrected back onto their stations, and I think that correction cost them at least half a length. Allow Henley just to break away, open up a little bit of clear water, and take control of this race as they approach the halfway point. They approach on play Henley at 30 strokes per minute, Upper Thames at 32, and Henley continue just to stretch their lead just very slightly out to a length and a half, maybe just a little bit more in this semi of the women's E-doubles.
And in the second semi-final of the E Women's Double Sculls, Henley Rowing Club continue to lead the race by about 2 lengths over Tideway Scullers School. Tideway Scullers obviously come from just near Chiswick Bridge, just where the boat race finishes. So that's a win for Henley, who will now go on to race Eton Excelsior from the other semi-final. Next we move on to the men's H single sculls, some 2 semi-finals coming up next.
Thank you, David. That race that we just mentioned has already started. The first of the semis of the Open H singles.
as the first semi-final between Hilko Koch from Krefelder Rowing Club in Germany. They're actually von 1883. They come from the town of Krefeld, just near Dusseldorf. And he's racing Paul Gallen from Athlone, who's from the centre of Ireland, who's one of the oldest rowing clubs in Ireland. And it's a really close race, even at the stage, even as they get to the 3/4 mile signal. A slight lead for Gallen from Athlone. But he's being pushed all the way by Koch from Krefeld. As they come into the finish, Paul Gallen from Athlone continues to lead and looks to have this fairly well in hand.
The result of the first semi-final in Masters H single sculls was that Gallen from Athlone Rowing Club beat Koch from Krefelder by 2.5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 45 seconds. And the second semi-final of Masters H is coming up towards the finish now. That's between Milligan of Poplar, Blackwell and District and Stafford of Wide Bay Rowing Club. And coming up towards the last few strokes of the race, it is the sculler from Poplar, Blackwell and District, Milligan, who will cross the line first by some 4 lengths. The result of the second semi-final of Open Masters H single sculls was that Milligan of Poplar, Blackwell and District beat Stafford of Wide Bay Rowing Club Australia by 4.5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 32 seconds. So the race on the course currently is the semi-final, the first semi-final in Masters E Cox's Fours between Grosvenor Rowing Club from Chester and Wallingford Rowing Club from just down the road from here in Henley. And in the early part of the race, it's Grosvenor who've taken the lead. So in this first semi-final of Masters E Cox's Fours, it is Grosvenor Rowing Club who have just over a length lead over Wallingford Rowing Club. Grosvenor from Chester, wearing the gold with blue blades, are squeezing away from Wallingford Rowing Club. Wallingford just down the road here in Oxfordshire in red, but it's Grosvenor who are looking long and strong, who continue to move away from Wallingford. Coming into the final quarter of the race now, just a reminder, this is the first semi-final of Open Masters E Cox's Fours between Grosvenor Rowing Club of Chester and Wallingford Rowing Club. Grosvenor have made all the running so far and currently lead by just over a length from Wallingford. Wallingford putting in a final burst though, trying to get back on terms with just 20 or so strokes to go, but it's Grosvenor who are holding on, their bowman looking round to see where the finish is. Grosvenor looking confident though. Grosvenor leading by just over a length. Coming towards the finish, it'll be Grosvenor who hit the line first. So on your screens now is the second of the semi-finals in the Open Masters E Cox's Fours between Ardingly and Upper Thames. Ardingly on the near side, Upper Thames on the far side on the Buckinghamshire station. It's a very tight and close race, this one. Ardingly just enjoying a slight lead. A great race this one with Upper Thames and Ardingly. Upper Thames on the far side, a good crew, they've put in a push. Ardingly made all the early running, but is Upper Thames now who have a very slight lead. Ardingly stroking 35 strokes a minute, Upper Thames at 36. Very close one, very hard to call. still a very close, very tight race. Upper Thames working their hardest to stay just very slightly ahead of Ardingly. Coming into the last quarter of the race now between Ardingly and Upper Thames in Masters E Cox's Fours, the second semi-final. It is still very, very tight. Very hard to call. I think Upper Thames just have their noses in front, but Ardingly, as they come past the 3/4 of a mile signal, put in a burst, trying to get back on terms with Upper Thames. Upper Thames just with a 1/4 of a length lead, coming towards the last few strokes of the race. Ardingly look round, think, can we do it? Can we put in one last big push to win? But it's Upper Thames now who've gone out to 3/4 of a length, and Upper Thames will cross the line first in this second semi-final of Open Masters E Cox's Fours. In the first semi-final of the Open Masters E Cox's Fours, the earlier race, that was a win for Grosvenor Rowing Club by 1 length over Wallingford Rowing Club in a time of 3 minutes and 36 seconds. So this race is the Women's E Cox's Fours on the course between Upper Thames Rowing Club and Mortlake Angling and Alpha. Sons of the Thames composite. In fact, the Upper Thames crew is also a composite. They have made not enough of the running, I'd suggest, so far, and it's the Wallingford composites who have the lead as they come into the final part of the race. So crews come over the finish, and it's the Upper Thames composite that take the win. Next race we'll see on the course is already underway. This is the Women's Masters E Cox's 4 second semi-final between Ardingly Rowing Club and Bewdley Rowing Club. Ardingly on the near side, the side closest to the camera positions, have taken a 3/4 of a length lead over Bewdley as they reach the halfway point of the race. Coming up towards the finish now, it is Ardingly who still have a very slight lead over Bewdley Rowing Club. Ardingly on the near side here. Looks like it might be a composite crew, but they crossed the lane first, just about 3/4 of a length over Bewdley. Right, so we're just going back a little bit now to race number 164, which was the second semi-final of the Women's Masters B8. The crew from Lee Rowing Club lost their fin on the way to the start earlier in the day. So both crews came back to the boating area, but now they are racing. It's Canterbridge on the near side and Lee Rowing Club from down there in London on the far side. And it's a great race with the crew on the far side from Lee Rowing Club. They'll be pleased they replaced their fin, who have taken the lead as they go through the halfway point of the race. So just a correction, it's not race 164 on the course currently. It is the first semi-final of the Men's Masters D8 between Upper Thames and Société d'Encouragement du Sport Nautique Composite. Sorry, let me just grab that. This is an absolutely cracking race as we come towards the finish. Upper Thames, the local club, have just crept back on the French composite. It's Upper Thames, no, it's the French, it's Upper Thames who get the last stroke. And Upper Thames just go through at the very last minute. Upper Thames may just have won that by a bow ball. What a fantastic race from both Upper Thames and the French composite. Yeah, I know, I just kind of got a bit slightly overexcited. Well, I normally do, but I just didn't. that time. The result of that very exciting race, the first semi-final in men's Masters D8, was that Upper Thames Rowing Club beat Société d'Encouragement du Sport Nautique Composite from France by 3 feet in a time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So we return now to race number 164 that was delayed from earlier due to Lee Rowing Club having a delay due to losing their fin on their way to the start. That's Lee Rowing Club on the far side and Canterbury Rowing Club on the near side. In the early part of the race, it's the crew on the Berkshire station on the near side, closest to the bank as we look at it, who've taken the early length. That is Canterbury Rowing Club from Cambridge.
So race 164, Women's Masters B8, semi-final 2 is on the course, over halfway now, and it looks like Canterbury has a lead, a strong lead over Lee. Who will be joining City of Bristol in the finalised lap? So great racing from local crews as they approach halfway.
Moving past Fawley Court and Old Blades is the crew from Canterbury who have the lead about 2.5 lengths over Lee Rowing Club. Canterbury looking very neat and tidy and continue to move away from Lee Rowing Club. Just a reminder, this is delayed from earlier in the day. This was supposed to happen at 9:28, but it's now 10:31. So the damage to the lead boat was repaired, but it's Canterbury who continue to move away nice and neatly from the lee.
As race 164 approaches the finish, it looks like Canterbury have a very strong lead now. Very relaxed and assertive paddling as they approach Upper Thames. Great effort, Lee. And these Masters B8 are for women 36 years and older average. Great racing, both crews, and the winner of this race will be going on to fight City of Bristol Rose Club later, who won their round against City of Cambridge. So we'll just wait for the official results.
So crossing the line first there was Canterbury Rowing Club, looking very comfortable indeed over Lee Rowing Club. So just to confirm, the winner of that race, that was Canterbridge Rowing Club, who beat Lee Rowing Club in the Women's Masters B8 second semi-final. They won by 2.5 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 45 seconds. So the second semi-final of the Men's Masters D8 has started. This is between London Rowing Club, composite from London Rowing Club, and a Rob Roy Boat Club composite. Rob Roy based down in Cambridge, London on the Putney Embankment. And in the early part of the race, it's the composite from Rob Roy who take an early lead. The Rob Roy composite has a length advantage as they come past the Christopher Wren building of Fawley Court. Just over a length over the composite from London Rowing Club. London Rowing Club pushing, they're up at 36. Rob Roy slightly lower at 34. And it is Rob Roy who have just over a length's lead as they move up into the second half of the race. Coming up towards the final stages of this race, the second semi-final of Men's Masters D8, with the London Rowing Club composite and Rob Roy Boat Club composite from Cambridgeshire. And it is the Rob Roy composite who have just over a length lead, but the London composite is fighting back hard. Rob Roy have led this all the way, but London are very definitely keeping them honest. London pushing back at them, but it's Rob Roy coming up to the final few strokes of the race who will cross the line first, with London pushing hard at them. But it's Rob Roy who crossed the line first. London about a length and a half down. The result of that second semi-final of Open Masters D8 was that the Rob Roy Boat Club composite crew beat the London Rowing Club composite crew by 1 3/4 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 17 seconds.
Hold it there! Push your training! Push through! Next we move on to settings of the women's D8. First of these underway between Upper Thames Rowing Club and Strathclyde Park Rowing Club opposite, on stage closest to us, and Rockport Rowing
So on the course currently is the first semi-final in the Women's Masters D8. This is between a composite crew from Upper Thames Rowing Club and Broxbourne Rowing Club. The Upper Thames composite has a variety of former internationals in it, and they took the early lead in the race and are pulling away from Broxbourne Rowing Club as they come through the enclosures. Is the Upper Thames composite looking strong, keeping it long, who have over a length lead over Broxbourne. Upper Thames and Upper Thames and Strathclyde composite have got full control of this race. They lead by well over a length, probably well over 2 lengths, over the crew from Broxbourne on the far side. So as the crews come towards the last section of this race in Women's D8, it's the Upper Thames Strathclyde composite who are racing towards the last few strokes of this course. They've dropped the rate down to 24 now, looking very, very comfortable. Broxbourne putting in a very last burst to try and get back on terms, but it is the Upper Thames Strathclyde Bedford composite who come towards the last few strokes, have a lead by 2 lengths, looking comfortable, taking it easy as they come into the finish, as the Upper Thames composite cross the line first, with Broxbourne about 2.5 lengths behind them. So the result of that race that we just saw was that the Upper Thames Rowing Club composite beat Broxbourne Rowing Club by 2.5 lengths in a time of 3 minutes 49 seconds, and the next race has already started. This is the second semi-final of Women's Masters D8. It's an all-American fair between Endeavour Racing Alliance from the United States and Marine Rowing Association. I get told off for that so much, from the United States. Endeavour, one of those virtual clubs that the Americans like so much. You get invited to come and race for them and then come over and do fun regattas like this. They're racing Marin, who are from Marin County, just on San Francisco Bay in California. And they come over here quite often and are often very strong indeed. It's a good race this. In the early part of the race, it is the crew on the near side who have taken an early lead, but it's too close to call. This is a great race from the two American crews. A great race. Endeavour took the early lead, but Marin from California have come back on them strongly and going towards the halfway point. The crews are virtually level. And in fact, Marin have just taken a quarter of a length lead, or maybe only a canvas lead, over Endeavour. Endeavour, this composite crew, a lot of Canadian athletes in this boat, in fact, so all from North America. But Marin, looking quite strong, but they're being pushed hard by Endeavour, and it is Marin who just have still a quarter of a length lead. Going into the last quarter of this race, it is the crew on the far side, Marin Rowing Club from California, who have a very, very slight lead over the crew from Endeavour. But it is getting to the stage where it's way too close to call. Endeavour have come back strong again on Marin. In fact, Endeavour are looking stronger. Endeavour putting in a final push, trying to get back on terms and get their noses in front, trying to get through the Endeavour crew. Putting in a final burst. Marin just holding on. Marin just holding on. A lot of people cheering on these two American crews, but it is Marin who have managed to hold on. Marin who just crossed the line about a canvas in front of the crew from Endeavour. So in that very tight race in the second semi-final of Women's Masters D8, it was Marin Rowing Association who won by a canvas over Endeavour Racing in a time of 3 minutes and 46 seconds. And they will race Upper Thames in the final later on in the day. So on the course currently is number 184 in the programme. It's a semi-final, the first semi-final of Open Masters F Double Sculls between the composite crew from Deben Rowing Club in Suffolk and West End Rowing Club all the way from New Zealand, that composite, racing the French double Cercle Nautique de France, and the French crew have a very, very slight lead going through the halfway point of the race. It's another cracker that we're delivering up to you on Henley Masters Regatta 2023 here on the live stream, which we hope you're enjoying. a close race, and I think now it is the crew on the near side who have taken the lead. The composite from Deben and West End. But it's very, very close again. The French double are absolutely piling the power down now, trying to stay in touch with the composite from Suffolk and New Zealand in F double sculls. It's another cracking race for you. Coming towards the last strokes of the race, the last 20 or 30 strokes, there is nothing between these two crews. The composite from Deben and West End may have their bow ball in front, but they may not. It is too close to call. The France crew are piling on the power. The composite looking perhaps a little more composed, but it is, the French crew who have now burst back, perhaps into the lead. It is, bow ball to bow ball, as we like to say. Maybe it's the composite, maybe it's the French, too close to call.
We're going to have to wait for the judges for that result.
The second semi of the F doubles is on the course. Leicester Rowing Club on stage closest to us. Highway Scholar School on the far side. And like the previous race, there's nothing between these two. This is a really good competitive race. Both these doubles at 35. I'd put my money on who's ahead. Might be Leicester, but maybe by about 2 feet. And I think in saying that, I've just lost my 50p. And I don't think there's anything between these two. Scholars just ahead, perhaps moving just a little more cleanly at the moment. Just beginning to squeeze ahead.
So the second of the Open Masters F double sculls semi-finals is on the course between Leicester Rowing Club and Tideway Scholars School. Another tight race with Tideway Scholars making the early running, but only by half a length as they come up towards the halfway point of the course. Tideway Scholars going past Fawley Court now, just about half a length lead over Leicester Rowing Club. Tideway at 36, Leicester at 34. Leicester holding on to Tideway Scholars as they come up to the final third of the race.
Highway Scholars on the far side. Just maybe slightly more efficient. Both doubles now 34. And I think Scholars hold about a half a length lead as they head up towards the finish.
So
185 just coming into sight and up at hand.
the result of the previous race in Masters doubles, Masters F doubles, was that Deben and West End just won that race by half a length in a time of 4 minutes and 1 second over Cercle Nautique de France. But it's the second semi-final on the course now, as we heard, and it is Tideway Scholars and Leicester Rowing Club. This is Masters F. Tideway Scholars have about a half a length lead, but Leicester are now coming back at them. Leicester have put in their finish push as they go past the 3/4 mile signal that's left over from Henley Royal last weekend. Tideway Scholars, the rate is low, but Leicester trying to get back on terms with a slightly higher rate there at 32. Tideway Scholars down at 28, but Tideway Scholars crossed the line first. Leicester about 2 lengths behind.
Both crews clearly have given that everything they've got.
The result of the first semi-final, the previous semi-final of Open Masters F double sculls, was that the composite from Deben Rowing Club and West End Rowing Club beat Cercle Nautique de France Now on the course is the first semi-final of the Women's Masters F double sculls. This between Lincoln Park Boat Club, who are from Chicago in the United States of America. They're on the near side of the Berkshire Station, and Union Rowing Club in New Zealand. So a true international matchup. It's the crew on the far side, the crew from Union Rowing Club in New Zealand, who enjoy all the early running in this one and have a lead of 2 to 3 lengths over the crew from Chicago. Christchurch. Okay.
Union Rowing Club 31, that high rating was what gave them the early advantage to certainly jump out to about 3 lengths advantage very early on in this race, in the first minute or so. It's Lincoln Park from Chicago who have this under complete control as they approach the halfway point.
Race 186, the first of 2 semi-finals of Women's Masters F. These are the women 60 and older.
So coming up towards the final part of the 1,000-metre course now. It's a truly international race between Lincoln Park Boat Club, they're from Chicago in the United States of America, and Union Rowing Club from from Christchurch in New Zealand. It's the crew from Christchurch, Union Rowing Club, who are leading by 2 lengths now. They got out to something like a 4-length lead and have now taken the rate right down to 20 and enjoy a considerable lead over Lincoln Park from Chicago. A truly international race here at Henley Masters in Great Britain between a crew from New Zealand and a crew from Chicago in the United States, and it was the crew from New Zealand from Union Rowing Club who crossed the line first.
Fantastic international race that's just finished. Both ladies really know they've given that everything they've got. And hopefully they'll remember this wonderful experience on the Henley course.
Moving on then to race 187, the second semi of the women's F doubles. Oriel Kensington Rowing Club, London Rowing Club composite on the stage closest to us, and Exeter Rowing Club, Capricorn Rowing Club composite on the far side. And the AK London double got very close to the booms, about 12, 13 strokes into this race, but they corrected that quite nicely. However, it's, I think, cost them, because it's the Exeter Capricorn double on the far side who now lead by some 2 lengths.
Now on the course is race number 187, the second semi-final of Women's Masters F double sculls. That's for athletes who've reached the age of 60 or over. This is between Oriel Kensington and London Rowing Club composite, two clubs based on the Tideway in London, and they're racing the composite from Exeter down the west country, and Capricorn, who are in Ireland. So it's great how you throw up all these different composites at Henley Masters Regatta. leading this race and leading quite easily at the moment are the composite crew from Exeter and Cappoquin. They raced off into the lead off the start. They haven't looked back and now enjoy a considerable lead over the Oriel Kensington and London Rowing Club composite.
Okay, let's give these ladies a great little clap as they they're over halfway now, approaching the finish zone. Women's Masters F second semi-final between Oriel, Kensington, London composite from the Tide.
The first of these crews is now coming into the final quarter of the race, and it's the Exeter Cappoquin crew who still enjoy a considerable lead over the Oriel Kensington London Rowing Club composite. Exeter Cappoquin, the West Country and Irish composite, just paddling down at 18 strokes a minute now, with a formidable lead over the crew from Oriel Kensington and London Rowing Club.
We'll have a cracking final later in the day against the Lincoln Park American crew, so who won their heat by 2 minutes.
And the result of the earlier Women's Masters F double scull race was that Lincoln Park Boat Club beat Union Rowing Club of New Zealand. My mistake, I got that one wrong earlier on. So Lincoln Park Boat Club won by 2 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 46 seconds. And it looks like Exeter Cappoquin will be the crew they get to face.
Brilliant to come down from the tideway and give it a go. So big clap for these ladies just about to finish second in the second semi-final. Well done, ladies. Lady winner out of it.
Moving swiftly on, the semi of the open C singles is underway, indeed past the halfway point. Alex Barnett of Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club on station post steward, Jonathan Reisman of Itchen Imperial Rowing Club on the far side. And these two boats are overlapping. Jonathan Reisman just leading by about a canvas. He's just picked up an instruction from the umpire to move over against the second one. Jonathan Reisman paddling up the middle of this course. He responds and moves across. Alex Barnett of Hollingworth Lake taking a very close line up by the booms. And there's very little between these two singles as they head up towards the finish.
Currently on the course is the first semi-final of the Open Masters C single sculls. This between Alex Barnett of Hollingworth Lake and Jonathan Reisman from Itchen Imperial Rowing Club. It's been a cracking race all the way down, and it's too close to call right now who has the lead. But it may well be the sculler on the near side, that is Alex Barnett from Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, who has maybe a length lead over Jonathan Reisman from Itchen Imperial. Coming in towards the final few strokes of this race, it is Barnett from Hollingworth Lake who has now moved away from Reisman from Itchen Imperial, and he crossed the line first.
Pushing now and moving away 2.5 lengths, just trying to squeeze out a bigger gap. Andy Hole
Next race on the course is the second semi-final of Open Masters C Single Sculls. It's between Tom Middleton of Molesey Boat Club and Andrew Hull from Wallingford Rowing Club. And Tom Middleton, who's had a storied career, is taken the early lead. Going past Fawley Court, he has a 2-length lead over Hull from Wallingford.
Second semi-final of the Masters C Single Sculls. Molesey Boat Club Middleton continues to have a 2-length lead over Wallingford. Hull. Both crews, different parts of the River Thames, coming here on the Henley court to battle it out in Masters singles.
Moving into the final stages of this race, between Tom Middleton from Molesey Boat Club and Andrew Hull from Wallingford Rowing Club. It's Tom Middleton who still enjoys the lead, but it is Hull who is putting in a burst, trying to get back on terms. Hull from Wallingford on the far side of the course, desperately trying to get back on terms, but Tom Middleton, he's been here before, he knows how to do this. He just makes sure he stays there, has a little glance across, knows that he's ahead, and will cross the line first by about a length and a half. And the result of the previous race in Open Masters C Singles was that Alex Barnett beat Jonathan Reisman by 4 lengths in 3:55.
Official result of the Open Masters C Single Sculls semi-final B was a win for Molesey Boat Club Middleton by 2.5 lengths in a time of 3:56. Sorry, just wanted to check that. So that's just 1 second longer than the final place, but both crews had a very comfortable lead. So the final later in the day will be a real test of these two scullers.
On the course now is the first of the semi-final of Women's Masters C Singles. It's between Antonia van de Venter from Upper Thames Rowing Club and Wendy Saunders from Kingston Rowing Club. Van de Venter, of course, used to be the representative for Zambia. She raced in the African qualification regattas for the 2008 Olympic Games. Decided not to go in the end, but still holds on to her Zambian heritage. But Van de Venter is 2 lengths up as they come through the boating area over Wendy Saunders from Kingston Rowing Club. Van de Venter, a very good sculler, came back to the sports after motherhood, and is looking very good in her single scull. So Van de Venter has dominated this race. She's now down to 25 strokes a minute. Van de Venter on the Bark station, that's the near side closest to us, leads Wendy Saunders from Kingston Rowing Club in this first of the semi-finals of Women's Masters C Single Sculls.
So race 190 is approaching the finish site, and of course up the Thames, Van de Venter won her quarter-final race yesterday. So this is not the first time she's raced on this stretch of the water. Obviously a local competitor as well.
Coming into the final few strokes of this race then, the first semi-final of Women's Masters C Single Sculls. It is Antonia Van de Venter from Upper Thames Rowing Club, the closest to us. She's dropped her race of striking down to 20 now, and is looking very relaxed as she maintains a 2-length lead over Wendy Saunders of Kingston Rowing Club. In the last few strokes now is Antonia Van de Venter, looking very relaxed, very chilled, coming towards the line just about now, and she has a 2-length plus lead over Wendy Saunders from Kingston Rowing Club. Next race we see on the course is the second semi of Women's Masters C Singles. This is between Nicola Smith of Llandaff from Cardiff. This is a really good race, this one, between Nicola Smith of Llandaff and Amanda Benson-Scales of Norwich Rowing Club. It was Llandaff who had a very slight lead as they went through the halfway point, but it's a very close single sculling race. It's what we always love to see on the Henley course. As they come in towards the final quarter of the race, it is still very, very close indeed. Too hard to tell. But I believe the sculler from Llandaff, that's Nicola Smith, has just got a very slight lead over the sculler from Norwich, Amanda Benson-Scales, as they're coming into the final 20 strokes. So the sculler from Llandaff has now taken the race up. She is looking to hold on to her very, very slight lead. But the sculler from Norwich, Amanda Benson-Scales, is also putting in a spurt. So Llandaff, Norwich, who is it going to be? Who crossed the line first? It's the sculler from Llandaff who finally gets her nose in front and crosses in first place. So the results of those two races of Women Masters C Single Sculls. Antonia van de Bente beat Wendy Saunders by 4 lengths in the time of 4 minutes and 44 seconds. Antonia from Upper Thames Rowing Club. And Nicola Smith from Llandaff Rowing Club beat Amanda Benton Scales from Norwich Rowing Club by a third of a length in 4:35. So about 10 seconds faster, but then again, Van de Vente not pushed at all, and I expect that to be an absolutely cracking final later on in the day.
So well done, Smith from Llandaff. You will be meeting Upper Thames Van de Vente, full Zambian athlete, in the final. It will be a cracking race, so have a good couple of hours recovery. We'll look forward to seeing you there. We have a treat for the Masters I single scull semi-finals. Will be the next races to start. These are for men age 75, average age and over, as in a single past one person as well. 75, but what a great thing to be able to keep rowing at 75.
So the next race we will see on the course this morning is race number 192. That will be a semi-final. Would you believe we will have 2 semi-finals in Open Masters I? That's for gentlemen who've attained the age of 75 or more. The first one will be between Mark Abelson from Rio Salado in Arizona, rows on the Salt River there in Arizona, and Nick Soman from Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club down there in Devon. So another truly fascinating race which we just await the start of. So the first of the semi-finals of Masters I singles has just started. This is between Mark Abelson of Rio Salado Rowing Club from Arizona and Nick Soman of Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. It is Mark Abelson on the Berkshire station on the near side and Mark Soman on the far side, and in the early stages of the race with both of the scullers taking to the middle of the river. It is Abelson, I think, who has taken the early and considerable lead. So in this race number 192 of the Open Masters I singles, that's for athletes who have reached their 75th year of age or over, is in fact the sculler from Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club, Nick Soman, who is enjoying a very comfortable lead indeed over Mark Abelson. As the rain starts to come down, we're expecting a bit of a thunderstorm, so we'll see how many races we can get through before that really kicks in. So as the rain just eases off slightly in the Open Masters I single sculls, it's the sculler from Dart Totnes down there in the West Country, Nick Soman, who is continuing to enjoy a very comfortable lead over Mark Abelson, the sculler from Rio Salado from Arizona, USA. How brilliant that he's come over here to race here, both yesterday and today, and to see him here on the River Thames. So just a reminder, this is the semi-final of the first semi-final of the Open Masters I single sculls, and it's Nick Soman who is coming towards the finish now. He's from Dart Totnes Rowing Club. He's had a very comfortable scull here this morning, but a reminder that these athletes are in their 75th year of age or indeed older, and so it's fantastic to see them out on the river, and the crowds here give them a very healthy round of applause.
Very smooth, and we're just waiting for the Rio Saldo Ingleson sculler from the USA. Hopefully this will be a brilliant memory for him, and as he approaches the Upper Thames area, maybe those watching on the towpath can give the
So approaching the finish now is the sculler from Arizona, from Rio Salado. That's Mark Abelson. He's enjoying a healthy round of applause from the hordes of spectators here on the riverbank as he comes up towards the finish. And I have to say, what a splendid effort, and I just hope I'm doing that when I am the same age. So well done to him. So on the course right now is race number 194. This is the Women's Masters B Quadruple Sculls between Guildford Rowing Club and Hexham and Berwick Rowing Club Composite. On the far side of the course, it's the composite from Hexham and Berwick who are holding off Guildford Rowing Club as we speak. It's a very, very tight race as the rain starts to lash down once more here in Henley on Thames, but it's Hexham and Berwick who just have a very slight lead over Guildford Rowing Club. Coming into this final quarter of the first semi-final of Women Masters B Quadruple Sculls, it's been a tight race all the way between Hexham, the Hexham Berwick Composite and Guildford Rowing Club. Early on in the race, it was the Hexham Berwick Composite who took the lead, but Guildford have been fighting them the whole way as the rain starts to pour down. It is the Hexham Berwick Composite who continue to have a lead over Guildford. Guildford putting in a final push as they come into the last 20 strokes of the race. But the composite from Hexham and Berwick, they're responding. They're making sure that they stay up. They're coming towards the line now. They have just about a 1 length lead coming towards the finish. It is the composite crew from Hexham and Berwick Rowing Clubs who cross the line first in front of Guildford Rowing Club. It's now raining properly and the second of the semi-finals has just commenced. That's between Durham and Upper Thames.
The second semi-final, the Women's Masters B Quad, is approaching the Upper Thames area. That was a quick flash of lightning,
So as lightning and thunder hits the course, the second semi-final of the Women's Masters B Quadruple Sculls comes to the finish. And it's the crew from Upper Thames Rowing Club who will cross the line first. They have a considerable lead over Durham. Durham caught a bit of a boat stopper earlier on, but Upper Thames looking very comfortable as they come towards the last part of the race. Durham look as though they may have broken an oar, or an oar has popped out of the rigger because they've stopped rowing once more. and Durham and Upper Thames cross the line, with Durham now only 3 of them sculling. So a considerable lead and a considerable win for Upper Thames.
Okay, the Women's Masters B quad is the last event before we suspended racing. The outcomes of those two was win for Hexenberg, 2.5 lengths in a time of 3:07.
So the results of those 2 races in the Women's Masters B quadruple sculls was that the Hexenberg composite won in by 2.5 lengths in 3:57, and Upper Thames won easily in the time of 4 minutes and 2 seconds. So the rain is lashing down here in Henley on Thames, and racing has now been suspended because we are in danger of thunder and lightning, and for safety reasons racing has now been suspended.
even start boating until 12:30 at the very earliest. In the meantime, please stay safe and if you can, stay dry. Thank you. intention is to decrease the race interval slightly and therefore still finish the full program of racing by 6:30 this evening. So I say again, racing will recommence at 1:15 with race 196. Voting can commence from 12:45. Thank you. we don't have delays due to crews not being there. So we restart at 1:15 with race 196. Voting can commence from 12:45. Thank you. the first race this afternoon at 1:15. That's race 196, which had been due just before the storm hit. There will be a revised program which is now available on the regatta website, so please do check with that so that you know what time you are racing. As a result of the compressed race timetable, we will not be able to take reminder that the revised race schedule is available on the regatta website. Copies available at registration and at the finish. We regret to inform you that because of the revised schedule, we will not be able to take passengers on the launches this afternoon. We're very sorry about that, but it's a way of getting things back roughly on track.
And so after the rain interlude, we now have some sun and racing has resumed. And this is now the first of the semi-finals for the F Cox's pairs. And we have Weybridge Rowing Club on the Berkshire Station versus Upper Thames Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. The Upper Thames crew features Pete Jacob and Dan Sadler, who've been rowing together for many years, clearly know this stretch of the river very well, and they're now leading by about 2 lengths as they pass Thorley Court.
So welcome back everybody. We have now recommenced racing after a lengthy storm related delay, and the first of this afternoon's races is now underway. This is a semi-final in Open F Cox's pairs. Weybridge Rowing Club on the towpath side nearest the camera, Upper Thames Rowing Club on the Thorley Court side. And as the crews move up past Thorley Court, you can see there that the local crew, Upper Thames, has got a 1 or 2 length lead over Weybridge. So moving up towards the finish then, the first semi-final in Open F Cox's pairs with Upper Thames on the Thorley Court side leading Weybridge, who are sort of on the towpath side.
The second semi-final of F Cox's pairs is now underway between Avon County Rowing Club on the far side with their black kit and teal stripes versus Poole Amateur Rowing Club on the Buckinghamshire Station. The umpire is warning both crews, instructing them to move apart. Currently, Poole Amateur Rowing Club.
So we're moving on to the second semi-final in that event, Open F Cox's pairs. Poole Amateur Rowing Club nearest the camera, Avon County on the far side. As they move up through the boating area, there's very little between these two pairs. Maybe half a length to Poole as they come up past Thorley Court. So this second semi-final in Open F Cox's pairs is moving up past Old Blades towards the finish. Poole Amateur Rowing Club on the towpath side are maintaining their half-length lead over Avon County. But Avon are pushing them to the line, and as they approach the finish, that margin is slowly reducing. Avon have found another gear, I think, and the Poole and Upper Thames are having to work hard to hold on to that lead. It could be a very tight finish as they move up towards the finish line. So I can give you the result then on that second semi-final in F Cox's pairs. A win for the Poole and Upper Thames composite pair. They beat Avon County by just half a length in a time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds. So they'll go through to race against the straight Upper Thames pair later this afternoon. So we're just loading the next race on the start, which is the first semi-final in Open F8. The plan to recover the schedule this afternoon is that we've picked up where we left off a couple of hours ago, and there will be a slightly compressed racing program. Racing interval will be reduced from 4 minutes to 3, and as a result of that we are aiming to finish racing just a little before 6:30 this evening. So we'll only be a half an hour over by the time the day finishes, having lost nearly 2 hours of racing because of the earlier thunderstorm. The good news is that the weather forecast for the rest of the afternoon is dry, not a lot of wind, and part sun. So it's pretty good racing conditions, we hope, for the rest of the afternoon. So that Open F8 semi-final has now commenced and is just moving up towards the barrier. Tideway Scholars School on the near side, Nottingham Rowing Club on the far side. And in the early part of the race they're keeping pretty much level. But as they come up through the boating area, through the crossing point, let's see if one of them has managed to take a lead. It's still very tight actually. As they move up past the boating area, maybe Nottingham just got their nose in front.
On the Berkshire station and Nottingham Rowing Club on the Buck station. Scullers with their yellow and red blades face Chiswick Bridge. Nottingham Rowing Club with their blue, black and yellow kit. As they come up to Forney Court, Scullers lead by about a quarter of a length.
So passing Forley Court, it's in fact Tideway Scholars that have opened up a lead of about half a length over Nottingham. But that's just about enough to be safe probably. But, let's see what Nottingham have got left in the tank for the second half of this race. So semi-final of Open F8's moving up towards the finish. Tideway Scholars on the towpath side, continuing to lead Nottingham Rowing Club by just half a length. Scholars with a slightly higher rating, about 34 to Nottingham's 35. That seems to count for something, as Nottingham not being able to get back on terms. As they approach the finish, it's still Tideway Scholars School just leading Nottingham by about half a length. And while we wait for the result on that semi-final, the second semi-final has just started. Monmouth Rowing Club on the near side, UL Tyrian on the far side. That's just gone through the barrier, and our camera point at the barrier.
The second semi-final of F8 is now underway. This is between Monmouth Rowing Club on the Berkshire station with their sort of dark maroon kit, grey, and they are currently being led by UL Tyrian on the Buckinghamshire station.
So as this second semi-final moves up past Forley Court, the UL Tyrian crew on the Forley Court side, the furthest from the camera, you can see has got about a half to three-quarter length lead over the crew from Monmouth. I can give you the result on the first semi-final in this event, which was that Tideway Scholars School beat Nottingham Rowing Club by 3/4 of a length in a time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds. So Nottingham So this is a cracking finish. UL Tyrian led through the boating area, but Monmouth have been chipping away at that lead all the time. So I think as they come up to the line, I think it's still probably UL Tyrian, but not much in it as they approach the line. Well, we'll see what the judges say, but a very good recovery by Monmouth. We'll just have to wait the judges' verdict on who actually won that race. Very tight. So just while we wait for confirmation of that last verdict, I can tell you that on the course now, moving up through the boating area is the first semi in Open G Cox's Fours. Reading Rowing Club on the near side, Star Club on the far side. But Star Club has just got a half a length lead over Reading as they move through the boating area. Meantime, I can give you a result on that very close semi-final in Open F8. It was a win for UL Tyrian Club, who beat Monmouth Rowing Club by just 3 feet in a time of 3 minutes and 24 seconds. So moving up past Old Blades is this first semi-final in Open G Cox's Fours. There's been a final battle all the way up the course. Star Club just had a slight lead going through the boating area. Reading now being warned for their steering, which won't help their campaign to take command of this race. And as they move up towards the finish, that little wiggle by Reading has helped Star to just open up a slightly larger lead. So approaching the finish, first semi-final in Open G Cox's Fours, with Star Club leading Reading Rowing Club by nearly a length. Well, we await the result on that semi-final. The second semi has started. That's also Reading Rowing Club on the towpath side, but they're racing Ardingly. You can just see Reading going through the shot. Ardingly are leading already by a couple of lengths.
Second of the semi-finals in the G Cox's Fours. This is between Reading Rowing Club again, second crew of the same event, versus Ardingly, who are based just near Gatwick Airport. Ardingly rowing along beautifully with their blue and yellow kits and their white blades. Trailing them by about 5 lengths is Reading Rowing Club with their blue and white stripes.
So as we see the second semi in G Coxless Fours moving up towards Old Blades, I can tell you the result of that first semi-final, which is that Star Club beat the Heron crew from Reading Rowing Club by 1 length in a time of 4 minutes and 1 second. And the second semi-final is just moving up towards the finish with Ardingly leading the O'Regan crew from Reading by some 3 or 4 lengths.
Take this opportunity to remind all crews that we do need your help getting down to the start in plenty of time. We're going to crack on through this program this afternoon. Those mean voting in plenty of time to make your race. The revised race program is available on the website and through registration. So do please good time so we can get racing moving fast.
So result for you on that second semi-final in G Coxless Fours, a win for Ardingly Rowing Club. They beat Reading Rowing Club, the O'Regan crew. The verdict easily, and the winning time 4 minutes and 3 seconds. And so Ardingly will meet Star Club in the final later this afternoon. on the course at the moment is the first semi-final in Open E singles. Alistair Peake from Bideford on the towpath side nearest the camera, Rory O'Sullivan from Tideway Scullers on the Fawley Court side. And as they move away from the boating area, Rory O'Sullivan from Tideway Scullers has a comfortable 3 or 4 length lead over Alistair Peake from Bideford. So this first semi-final in Open E singles is moving up towards the finish. Rory O'Sullivan from Tideway Scullers on the Fawley Court side of the course took an early lead and has slowly opened up that gap with Alistair Peake from Bideford Amateur Athletic Club a few lengths behind. So coming up to the line, Rory O'Sullivan from Tideway Scullers leading this semi-final in Open E singles. So result on the first semi-final in Open E singles. A win for Rory O'Sullivan of Tideway Scullers School, who beat Alistair Peake from Bideford Amateur Athletic Club by 4 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 12 seconds. The second semi in that event is now moving up towards the finish. Much more closely fought affair. John Drew from City of Bristol on the towpath side is just leading Stephen Sidaway from Warwick Boat Club. Less than a length in it, but it looks like Drew from Bristol has command of what's happening out there on the water and continues to lead Sidaway from Warwick as they approach the line. So on the course at the moment is the first semi in women's E singles. Julie Watson from Oriel Kensington on the towpath side, nearest the camera. Helen McMillan from Durham Amateur Rowing Club on the Fawley Court side, furthest from the camera. And as that race moves up past Fawley Court. It's Julie Watson from AK who has a comfortable lead and is gently cruising in ahead of the Durham sculler Helen Macmillan.
In the first of the semi-finals of women's E-singles, we have Julie Watson from Oriel Kensington Rowing Club on the near side with her green kit sculling along, and he is leading by about 4 lengths over Helen Macmillan from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Julie's been up and down this course many times before.
So I can give you a result in the meantime on the second semi in the Open E-singles. That was a win for John Drew of City of Bristol Rowing Club. He beat Stephen Sidaway from Warwick Boat Club by just 3/4 of a length in a time of 4 minutes and 5 seconds. Meantime, passing Old Blades, the first semi in women's E-singles. Julie Watson from Oriel Kensington has consolidated her lead over Helen Macmillan from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. And as she moves up towards the finish, Julie, who I think won this event last year, has a commanding lead and looks at the moment set to progress to the final, but who knows what could happen in the last few strokes. But at the moment, Julie Watson from Oriel Kensington comfortably leading Helen Macmillan from Durham. So I can confirm the result on that first semi-final in women's E-singles. A win for Julie Watson from Oriel Kensington Rowing Club. She beat Helen Macmillan from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. The verdict easily, and the winning time 4 minutes and 49 seconds. We're just jumping forward to the Open D quads semi-final. The first of those coming up at speed towards the finish line, with Marlow Rowing Club on the towpath side leading the Cambridge composite crew. Rob Roy and City of Cambridge in that boat. Two very nicely sculled quads actually coming up to the line, but Marlow leading by just a little over a length over the Cambridge composite. So a result for you on that first semi-final in Open D quads, a win for Marlow Rowing Club, who beat the composite of Rob Roy and City of Cambridge. The distance 3/4 of a length, and the winning time 3 minutes and 25 seconds.
Please, could we have a representative from Hexham Rowing Club to the registration tent, please? Thank you.
So on the course now is a slightly rescheduled second semi-final in women's E singles. This is between Miranda Castini from Mortlake Anglian on the Fawley Court side and Kelly Hicks from Star and Arrow on the towpath side of the course. So moving up past Old Blades is the second of the semi-finals in women's E singles with Miranda Cassini from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha comfortably leading Kelly Hicks from Star and Arrow, local club based at Leander on the Henley Reach, but the Mortlake Anglian sculler comfortably in control of this race by a considerable margin. So as that women's E singles semi just finishes, close behind then coming up the track is the second semi-final in Open D quads. Doncaster Rowing Club on the towpath side, Tolkien Tarn on the Fawley Court side. Very tight race this, but Doncaster have the lead, maybe just a length over Tolkien Tarn as they approach the finish. Doncaster with their heads up, looking very comfortably in control of this race as they approach the finish line. On the course now is the first semi-final in women's D quads. Eton Excelsior on the towpath side, nearest the camera. Warwick Boat Club on the far side, the Fawley Court side. As they move up past Fawley Court, it's Eton Excelsior who have taken a lead of a couple of lengths over Warwick Boat Club in this first semi-final, women's D quads. So a couple of results for you on that women's E singles semi. Miranda Cassini from Mortlake Anglian beat Kelly Hicks from Star and Arrow. The verdict easily, and the winning time 5 minutes and 1 second. And the race just finished. First semi in Open D quads. Beg your pardon, second semi in Open D quads. A win for Doncaster Rowing Club, they beat Tulkin Tarn Amateur Rowing Club by a length and 3/4 in a time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Moving up towards the finish past Old Blades now is the first semi-final in women's D quads with Eton Excelsior on the towpath side, continuing to lead Warwick by a couple of lengths as they move up towards the finish.
We now have the second semi-final, women's for sculls. Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha on the near side. Marlow, Abingdon, running about the far side as they pass towards the port. Mortlake, Anglia and Alpha.
So result for you on their first semi-final in women's D quads. A win for Eton Excelsior. They beat Warwick by 2 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 11 seconds. The second semi-final in that event is now moving rapidly up towards the finish. Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha on the towpath side, continuing to lead the Marlow Abingdon composite on the Forley Court side. The leading Mortlake crew leading by some 2 to 3 lengths as they approach the finish line. So result for you on the second semi-final in women's D quads. A win for Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. They beat the Marlow Abingdon composite by 2.5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 1 second.
looks like we've jumped a couple of races. We believe the race just now on the course just started is race 212, semi-final of C doubles between Putney and the Upper Thames Molesey Composite.
So on the court now is the Open Masters C doubles. Putney Town on the towpath side, Upper Thames and Molesey Composite on the Forley Court side. Oh dear. So that's the Upper Thames Molesey Composite, the sort of local crew really. I think he clipped the booms, but he recovered very well. Beg your pardon, it's the Putney Town who are leading. So the losing crew, Upper Thames Molesey, they were the ones that hit the booms. Moving up towards the finish is this first semi-final in C doubles with Putney Town, who've led all the way over the Upper Thames Molesey Composite. Neither double wishing to put too much effort into this. The result looks fairly inevitable, so let's not get carried away as Putney Town gently stroll up to the line, followed gently in by the Upper Thames Molesey Composite crew. So, result for you on race 212, which is the first semi in Open Sea doubles. A win for Putney Town Rowing Club, who beat the Upper Thames Molesey Composite double. The verdict easily, and the winning time 3 minutes and 50 seconds.
So the word for the start is the next race coming up is 214. Women's C doubles, Peterborough against Tyway Scullers. In order to keep things moving, we may be sending the odd race out of order just to try and keep the pace going. But please, all crews, please help us to keep things on time by getting down to the start in plenty of time, perhaps finding your opposition and moving up through the start zone together. Thank you.
So this first semi-final in Women's C doubles, moving up towards Fawley Court with the Peterborough double, just a length or so up on Tyway Scullers School. Peterborough on the near side, closest to the camera, and Tyway Scullers on the far side. There's just over a length in it as they move up past Fawley Court, that lovely shot up the cut towards Fawley Court. Moving up towards the finish, the first semi in Women's C doubles. Peterborough City on the towpath side are continuing to lead Tyway Scullers School by a couple of lengths. Peterborough just being warned by the umpire, keep on their side of the course. That's not affecting their position in this race as they come up to the line with Peterborough leading ahead of Tyway Scullers. So moving up past Old Blades, one of the semi-finals in G double sculls, race 211. The Hollingworth Lake Newark composite on the towpath side, Norwich Rowing Club on the Fawley Court side, and as they approach the finish, it's the Holly Lake Newark double that have a lead of a couple of lengths over Norwich. In the meantime, I can give you a result on the race that's just finished, the women's C doubles semi-final. A win for Peterborough City Rowing Club. They beat the Tideway Scullers School by a length and 3/4 in a time of 4 minutes and 9 seconds.
Next we have a semi-final of the C double sculls between Mersey Rowing Club on the near side with their black kit with a white diagonal stripe. They're racing BTC Southampton Rowing Club, which stands for British Country Competition, I understand. They have blue kit with white stripes. Southampton approaching on Mersey are just over past 44.
So a result for you on race 211, which is the semi-final in G doubles. A win for the Hollingworth Lake Newark composite crew. They beat Norwich Rowing Club by a length and a half in 3 minutes 58 seconds. I can report that in the other semi-final, race 210, Rio Salado progressed to the final, Abingdon Rowing Club having withdrawn. Meantime, coming up to the finish is the second semi in Open C doubles with BTC Southampton leading Mersey Rowing Club.
We now have semi-final of the women's C double sculls on the course between Greenback Farmers Rowing Club on the near side with their black kit with yellow diagonal stripes, and on the far side we have Henley Scullers, the relatively new club. Henley Scullers are currently leading by about 3 minutes.
So a result for you on race 213, which is the second semi-final in Open C double sculls. A win for BTC Southampton, who beat Mersey Rowing Club. The verdict, 2 lengths, the winning time 3 minutes and 55 seconds. Moving up towards the finish then, we've got the second semi-final in Women's C double sculls. Thames Scullers on the Fawley Court side, Greenbank Falmouth on the towpath side. So they move up towards the finish. Thames Scullers have a fairly comfortable lead over Greenbank Falmouth.
So we now have semi-final of the single sculls between Jacksonville Rowing Club on the near side with a black tip red stripe, and far side.
Just got a result for you on that second semi-final in women's C doubles. A win for the Thames Scullers crew. They beat Greenbank Falmouth Rowing Club by 5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Moving up towards the finish is a excellent race between two Open B single sculls. Carter East from Jacksonville on the towpath side, Kostadin Kolimechkov from Twickenham on the far side. And they're having a right old go. There's no relaxing in this race. They're both pushing hard towards the line. Carter East just raised his rate slightly. I think he might have shortened up in doing that. But as they come up towards the line, Kostadin Kolimechkov perhaps just has a slight lead over Carter East, but very little in it as they come to the line. This will be very tight.
In the second of the Open B single semi-finals, we have John Deere from Mason and Victor Rowing Club, Kent, with a black kit and purple blades, who's currently leading in his race, versus Wesley McKean from the City of Oxford Rowing Club with the blue, white and red kit. Currently leading by that. Mason currently leading by that 2 lengths, and the City of Oxford are 44.
So as that second semi-final of Open B singles moves up past Old Bleeds, I can give you the result of that very, very tight finish on the first of the semi-finals. The result was a win for Carter East from Jacksonville Rowing Club in the US. He beat Kostadin Kolimechkov from Twickenham Rowing Club. The verdict just 2 feet in a time of 4 minutes and 5 seconds. So Carter East from Jacksonville just squeezed through on the line and took the victory from Kostadin Kolovechkov. A very, very good race. Who they're going to meet in the final, well, we'll know fairly soon. Coming up towards the finish now is the second semi-final in Open B singles, with John Mear from Maidstone and Victor comfortably leading Wesley McKean from City of Oxford. So this is the second semi-final in Open B singles, with Mear from Maidstone comfortably leading McKean from City of Oxford. So a result for you on the second semi in Open B singles. Win for John Mear of Maidstone and Victor Rowing Club, who beat Wesley McKean of City of Oxford Rowing Club. The distance 4 lengths, and the winning time 4 minutes and 16 seconds.
Next up, we have the first of the women's B single scull semi-finals between Mika Rosenfeld from Buell Bridge on the far side with the green and white kit, and Charlotte Anderson from Castle Bridge Club on the near side in the blue and white kit. Castle Bridge makes one of the power there. So this is quite a tight
women's B singles race coming up. Anderson from Canterbury on the towpath side, Rosenfeld from Buellbridge on the far side. I think Rosenfeld has maybe just got the slight lead. Miko Rosenfeld from Buellbridge just leading Charlotte Anderson from Canterbury. But again, very little in it. It's easily less than half a length as they move up towards the finish line. And Canterburyans pushing Buellbridge very hard to the line. This will be very tight.
And in the other semi-final of the women's B single sculls, we have Debbie Thompson from Upton Rowing Club, who comes from Upton upon Severn in Worcestershire, and she is racing Chi Ying Chen from Canterbury, so second Canterbury competitor in the same event, same semi-finals. And as they come up to 44, Thompson from Upton leads Chen from Canterbury by about 3 lengths. From Canterbury, 25,
So the result of that very close finish in the first semi-final in women's B singles, it was a win. It was a win for Charlotte Anderson from Canterbury Rowing Club, who beat Mika Rosenfeld from Buellbridge by just 3 feet in a time of 4 minutes and 35 seconds. So another case of it's never over till it's over with the losing sculler just pushing through at the line and taking the win. Very exciting stuff. So this is the second semi-final of women's B singles coming up to the line. It looks like Chi Ying Chen from Canterbury Rowing Club may be joining her club colleague in the final as she leads Debbie Thompson from Upton towards the line in this second semi-final in women's B singles. So just a quick result for you on race 219, second semi-final in women's B singles. Win for Debbie Thompson of Upton Rowing Club. She beat Chi-Ying Chen from Canterbury Rowing Club. The verdict 3 lengths and the winning time 4 minutes and 28 seconds. Meanwhile, coming up towards the line, first semi in Open F quads with Norwich Rowing Club on the towpath side, just ahead of Hollingworth Lake on the Fawley Court side.
So next we have the second semi-final with Sunrise Rowing Club on the far side. Both of them supporting tips. And when I say Sunrise, it is the one in
So coming up past Old Blaze, the second semi in Open F quads. St Ives on the towpath side, Bradford on Avon on the Fawley Court side. It's almost as if they'd coordinated their kit, but as they move up to the line, Bradford on Avon leading St Ives by just a couple of lengths.
Next up, we have the first of the women's F quad style semi-finals between Wallingford Rowing Club with their red and light blue kit, who are currently leading this race by about a length and a half, versus Primary Scholars School, nearby with their red blue flags. Currently Wallingford Scholars white kit here, away from Douglas Scholars by
Mean to have a couple of results for you just on the Open F quads. First semi-final, a win for Norwich Rowing Club, who beat Hollingworth Lake by just half a length in a time of 3 minutes 34. And then the second semi-final was a win for Bradford on Avon. They beat St Ives by a length and 3/4 in a time of 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
So approaching finish line in this semi of the women's F quads. Wallingford Rowing Club on the far side continue to lead with 4 or 5 length advantage over Tideway Sculler School as they come to the line to progress to the final later on today. And the result of that first semi in the women's F quads, a win for Wallingford Rowing Club over Tideway Sculler School by 4 lengths and a winning time 4 minutes and 1 second. On the course now is the second semi of the women's F quads with Upper Thames Rowing Club, Lincoln Park Composite on the near side closest to us, and Eton Excelsior Rowing Club on the far side. And as we can see, Upper Thames Lincoln Park enjoying about a 2-length lead in this early stage of the race.
We have an Upper Thames Lincoln Park Composite versus Eton Excelsior Rowing Club. Upper Thames Lincoln Park currently leading by about 3 lengths. They're coming past 44.
The Upper Thames Lincoln Park Composite sculling very neatly at just 28 strokes per minute and just holding on to just a nice comfortable 2.5 or 3 length lead over Eton Excelsior. Lincoln Park from Chicago, my understanding is there are 3 boathouses that Lincoln Park have, one on a lake which is nice and protected and a very good venue for beginners to learn in, and then a couple of boathouses including one brand new one on the Chicago River, so able to bring rowing to quite a large part of the Chicago metropolis. Upper Thames Lincoln Park closest to us, just at 25 strokes per minute. We're just paddling in, just nice and easy and comfortably to take this semi-final in the women's F quads. Ahead of Eton Excelsior on the far side, we sit about 2.5 lengths behind Upper Thames Lincoln Park. So confirmation of the result of that second semi of the women's F quads was indeed a win for the Upper Thames Lincoln Park Composite over Eton Excelsior Rowing Club. Verdict was 2.5 lengths and a winning time 4 minutes and 15 seconds. On the course now is the semi, the first of two semis in the women's B Coxfords Jacksonville Rowing Club from Florida on the near side and Marlow Rowing Club on the far side. Correction to that, they were taking races slightly out of order. This is Aberdeen Boat Club on the Berkshire station closest to us and Barnesbridge Ladies on the far side. And Barnesbridge Ladies have a considerable lead. So coming towards the finish line, this in fact is the second of the two semis of women's B Coxfords, taking races slightly out of order at the discretion of the starter. This is Barnesbridge Ladies on the far side, just coming up to the finish line ahead of Aberdeen Boat Club. Barnesbridge leading by about 4 lengths. So on the course now we go back one race. This is race 224. As we see, it's Jacksonville Rowing Club from the Florida in the USA closest to us, and Marlow Rowing Club, local crew on the far side. At early stages of this race, it's Jacksonville who lead by about a length. Quickly take the opportunity to confirm the official result of race 225, which was what would have been the second, but rode first, the semi of the women's B Coxfords, a win for Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club over Aberdeen Boat Club. The verdict was 4 lengths and a winning time 4:08. And coming up the course into the final 250 metres or so is the other semi in the women's B4s, Coxfords, Jacksonville Rowing Club closer to us, Marlow Rowing Club further away from us, and it's Jacksonville just holding on to about a 1 length advantage. Marlow trying to push quite hard and close this in the final 150 metres or so. I think Marlow are closing on Jacksonville. Jacksonville underrating Marlow. Marlow picking it up. Marlow beginning to wind up and sprint in to the finish line. But I think they're closing with every single stroke. Jacksonville just trying to hold on. Jacksonville also respond and pick it up a little bit. But these two boats are coming level. I think Marlow have come back from a length down to come back just about level with Jacksonville. This one is also going to tax the judges on the finish line. Very, very close. Marlow on the far side, Jacksonville closer to us. Marlow, I think now, just have their bows in front. Marlow timed that sprint superbly to the finish. Superb last 250 from Marlow, who crossed the line ahead of Jacksonville in the semi of the women's B Coxfords. So the result of that semi in the women's B Cox Fours, Marlow Rowing Club did indeed come through in the final 250 metres to take the victory over Jacksonville Rowing Club from the United States. The verdict was just half a length in the finish and a time of 4 minutes and 7 seconds. So in the final later this afternoon, Marlow will face Barnes Bridge Ladies, and their two semis, there was just 1 second difference in their times. So that sets us up, I think, for a really good final later on today. On course now, the first of the semis in the women's C8, Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club closest to us, and Kingston Rowing Club in their familiar red kit on the far side. No, I'm looking at the wrong line on my sheet. My apologies. So it's Barnesbridge Ladies closest to us, and it's Bewdley on the far side, Bewdley Rowing Club composite.
Currently on the court, we have the first semi-final of the women's C8s between Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club on the near side with the blue kit, and they're racing Bewdley Rowing opposite on the far side. So this is Bewdley with some Lee and some Upper Thames people in it, and currently Bewdley composite are leading by length and a half over Barnesbridge Ladies.
So the Bewdley composite on the far side contains competitors from Lee Rowing Club, Wallingford Rowing Club, Upper Thames Rowing Club and Bewdley itself. And as we can see, they currently lead Barnesbridge by something like 2 lengths as they come up roughly to the halfway point. Approaching the finish line, the Lee, Wallingford, Upper Thames, Bewdley composite on the far side, now rating just 27 strokes per minute, just paddling in nice and comfortably, some 3, maybe it's even 4 lengths ahead of Bewdley. Excuse me, ahead of Barnesbridge. So the Bewdley, Upper Thames, Wallingford, Lee composite comes to the line, seemingly untroubled in this semi of the women's C8s. course now is the second semi of the women's C8, Aberdeen Boat Club on the station closest to us, Kingston Rowing Club on the far side, and this looks to be a really tight competitive race between these two eights. Masters C is for crews with an average age of 43 or over, and these two crews, Aberdeen in their purple kit, Kingston in their red and white stripes, are neck and neck. Aberdeen at 36 strokes per minute, Kingston at 35. Aberdeen just inching out ahead, leading by about a canvas as they come to the boating rafts, which are close to the halfway point on this 1,000-metre course. Confirmation of the result of the previous race, the first of the semis in the women's C8s, was a win for the Lee Rowing Club, Wallingford Rowing Club, Upper Thames Rowing Club and Bewdley Rowing Club composite over Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club by 3.5 lengths and a winning time 3 minutes 58. Into the final stages of the race is race 227, the second of the semis in the women's C8s, and there's still very, very little between Aberdeen Boat Club in the purple kit closer to us and Kingston Rowing Club in the red and white hoops on the far side. These two boats, I don't think there's more than about a canvas between them. There hasn't been over the entire course. They've been side by side. Does look like to me that Aberdeen just have their bows in front. It's no more than a quarter of a length, I don't think, at this stage. Both crews just pushing as hard as they can in these last 10 strokes. Kingston maybe just closing, I'm not sure on this. I think this one, the judges are going to have their work cut out yet again on this. This is really, really close. Aberdeen and Kingston, perhaps Aberdeen just, I don't know. Obviously, I'll have to defer to the judges on that one, but I don't think I'd like to call that. I'll leave it to the professionals. So let's confirm the result of the second semi of the women's C8s, that really tight finish we just witnessed. The verdict goes to Aberdeen Boat Club by 3 feet over Kingston Rowing Club at a winning time 3 minutes 49. On the course now is the last semi-final of the regatta. This is the, no it's not, it's the first final of the regatta. Once again we've jumped a couple of races out of sequence. And I'll get back to you in a moment once I get confirmation of which race this is. I know it's showing you on screen. There we go, yeah, it is race 229. This is indeed the first final of the day, the women's F singles. Masters F is for competitors who reach their 60th birthday this year or older. And we have in this race Elizabeth Brennan from Sagatuck Rowing Club in the United States and Jacqueline Easton of Marlow Rowing Club, who is on the far side. And as I think we can see, Jacqueline Easton of Marlow leads by about 3 lengths. Approaching the finish line, the very first final of the day, the women's F single sculls. It's Jacqueline Easton of Marlow Rowing Club who leads Liz Brennan of Sagatuck by a really comfortable margin to collect the first medals to be awarded today. And the first win goes to Jacqueline Easton of Marlow, subject to whatever the umpire and the judges tell me. She certainly crossed the line first in this women's F single sculls final. So coming up the course now is the final of the Masters J single sculls, and quite amazing, this Masters J, these competitors have reached their 80th birthday this year, or are indeed older, and you heard me right, 80th. What we have is, who we have is Ray Green of BTC Southampton Rowing Club on the side closest to us in the blue kit with the white hoop, and Bart Pasternak of Sagatuck Rowing Club from the United States on the far side. Ray Green of BTC Southampton leading by about a length and a half. So just time to give you official confirmation of the result of the first final of the day. The women's F single sculls was a win for Jacqueline Easton of Marlow Rowing Club over Liz Brennan of Sagatuck Rowing Club from the United States. The verdict was easily, and a winning time 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Bart Pasternak of Sagatuck Rowing Club on the far side. It's Ray Green of BTC Southampton closest to us with a lead of 2 or 3 lengths as I try to see and peer around the spectators who are blocking my view. Masters J, I remind you, is 80 years old this year or more. Ray Green, BTC Southampton, now sitting about length and a half up on Bart Pasternak as they sedately make their way up towards the finish line in this final of the Masters J single sculls. So on the course now, this is race 231. It is not. That's what your on-screen graphics are showing. I think I can count that there are more than 2 people in each of this boat, so I'm pretty certain that we are going back here now to race 228, the semi-final of the Open G8s between Thames Tradesmen Rowing Club on the station closest to us and the Star Club Bedford Rowing Club composite on the far side. And there's very little between these 2 boats as they come up the course. Coming up to the finish line, this should, I think, be the last of the semis, the Open G8 semi. Thames Tradesmen Rowing Club closest to us, Star Bedford composite on the far side. And it's Star Bedford as they come to the line with just over a 1-length advantage over Thames Tradesmen in this Masters G8's semi-final. Obviously the G8's appreciably quicker than the J singles we've just seen, and therefore, even though they set off 3 minutes apart, they really closed up on them at the finish there. Almost caught me out. They were much closer to the finish line than I was expecting, and I looked up and spotted them coming. So quickly confirming a couple of results. The final of the Masters J single sculls for gentlemen over the age of 80. Ray Green of BTC Southampton Rowing Club beat Bart Pasternak of Saugatuck Rowing Club from the United States by 1 length in a winning time of 5 minutes 24. And then the last of the semi-finals that we just witnessed, the Open G8s, a win for the Star Club Bedford Rowing Club composite by 1 length in a time of 3 minutes and 35 seconds. So on the course now is the Masters H double sculls final. Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club closer to us and Detroit Boat Club on the far side. As we can see, Dart Totnes leading by about a length and a half as they approach the halfway point in this race. Dart Totnes sculling very effectively, just at 30 strokes per minute. Looks quite powerful in the water. Quite nicely coordinated. And holding a lead of perhaps now a couple of lengths over Detroit Boat Club. Coming up in the last couple 100 metres of this race, this is the final of the H double sculls. And it's Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club closer to us, who hold about a 2-length advantage over Detroit Boat Club from the United States on the far side. Dart Totnes at 30, looking quite powerful in the water, but moving that boat quite nicely and quite efficiently up towards the finish line. Just holding on to, well, a little over a length now ahead of Detroit. Detroit just picking it up, trying to close the gap. But I think it's too much for them to do with about 5 strokes to go as they come to the line in this final of the H double sculls. So the result of the final of the Open H double sculls was a win for Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club over Detroit Boat Club from the United States. The verdict was 1 1/4 length and a winning time 4 minutes and 4 seconds. So sitting on the start is race 232. This is the final of the Masters E quadruple sculls between Ruder Club and Baldeneise Composite from Germany on the station closest to us, and Detroit Boat Club in their bright blue kit on the far side. And as we can see, both these quads are sat on the start. The umpire's just talking to them both, just giving them their final instructions. We're running about 2 minutes behind the revised schedule. You may recall that we had about an hour and 3/4 break at around lunchtime, not so that we could have lunch, but so that we could allow a rather interesting thunderstorm and lightning strike storm to pass by. And just as I say that, we're underway in this final of the Open E quads, about 2 minutes behind the revised schedule that was put out after lunch. Both quads going off at a very high rating, both at 41. Umpire, I think, just giving the Germans a little correction on their steering as they were moving across towards the middle. These two boats still side by side, as we would expect, just 20 or 25 strokes into this race. Germans sculling beautifully, I have to say. That really does look good, although the cadence is very high. I mean, they're sculling still at 40 strokes per minute. They are beginning to pull away and edge out in front of Detroit Boat Club on the far side. Germans keeping it very, very lively. This is beautiful sculling from the Germans. Remember, this is Masters E. Average age in these crews of 55 or more. Germans again moving out into about the middle of the course and being asked by the umpire to move across. Germans do respond, but I think they've broken away now from Detroit and have clear water in the early stages of this race.
And the final of the Masters E quadruple sculls is passing the Rotterdam area, and it's the Ruder Club and Baldeneise and Detroit Rowing Club, both clubs USA. And Detroit are slightly behind, but they're going to give them a push.
As these quads come furiously up the course towards us, let's just go back a race and confirm the official result of the final of the Open Masters H double sculls. A win for Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club over Detroit Boat Club by 1 1/4 lengths, the time 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Inside final 200 metres of this Open E quads final, and it's the Germans on the station closest to us who continue to scull beautifully. I have to say that's really, really nice. But Detroit Boat Club on the far side have really pushed in the middle of this race and have closed back up on them, and there's not now very much between these two quads as they come to the line. Detroit also very skilled, very neat sculling. I think the Germans just have this in their advantage, but if it is, it's not by much. Detroit pick it up, real power in the water from Detroit, big finishes from Detroit, trying to just urge the boat forward, and there's now not very much between these two boats at all. In fact, I think Detroit might just have inched in front as they come to the line. Almost nothing between those two quads. What a tremendous race. Germans jumping out to about a 1 length lead about a third of the way into the race, and then Detroit just slowly but surely coming back at them all the way. Have Detroit done enough? We'll just wait a minute for the judges to let us have the official verdict on that Open Masters E Quads final.
Women's Masters E final is just passing the picnic area and a commanding lead by the Arding Line Tideway Scullers composite crew. A good 2 lengths clear water ahead of Bradford on Avon. This is the final of the Women's Masters E quadruple sculls. As they move away from the picnic area, Arding Line Tideway Scullers composite increase their lead to about 3 lengths clear water over Bradford.
So confirmation of the result of that tremendous finish we just witnessed in the final of the Open E Quads. It was indeed a win for Detroit Boat Club by 1/4 of a length, who finished ahead of the composite from Wassersport Mulheim, Ruderklub am Waldeneysee and Wassersport Verein Meppen from Germany. Distance was 1/4 of a length and the winning time 3 minutes 25. We'll run straight on then to the final of the women's E quadruple sculls. The Ardingly Tideway Scullers composite on the station closest to us, and Bradford on Avon Rowing Club on the far side. And Ardingly Tideway Scullers have what looks to be quite a comfortable lead, 3 lengths or so ahead of Bradford on Avon in this final as they come into the last 100 metres of the race. Ardingly Tideway Scullers just paddling in comfortably at 26 strokes per minute and just sitting some 3 lengths up on Bradford on Avon. Next race on the course is the final of the Open D single sculls between Richard Manners of Tees Rowing Club closest to us and Toby Backhouse of Southampton Coalporters on the far side.
And Mr. Manners from Tees Rowing Club has a slight lead over Southampton Coalporters. Blackhouse, and I'm sure neither sculler will let this go without a good old fight. Heading south, Masters
Confirmation of the official result of the Women's Masters E Quadruple Sculls final. A win for the Ardingly Tideway Scullers composite over Bradford on Avon Rowing Club by 3 lengths and a winning time 4 minutes 16. So coming towards its finish, its conclusion is the final of the Masters D single sculls between Richard Manners of Tees Rowing Club closer to us and Toby Backhouse of Southampton Coalporters on the far side. This looks to have been quite a competitive race all the way up this course. There's not that much between the two scullers, but it is Richard Manners of Tees on this side who leads with about 20 strokes to go to the finish line. As we know, it isn't over until it's over. Anything can happen in these. We saw a capsize close to the finish line yesterday. I'm not suggesting that Richard Manners will do that. He's far too skilled for it. but he is leading only by about 1 length from Toby Backhouse in this final of the D single sculls. Richard Manners just picks it up in the final 10 strokes just to ease his way up to the finish line, just comfortably holding best part of a 1 length lead in this final of the D single sculls. Richard Manners of Tees Rowing Club crosses the line ahead of Toby Backhouse of Southampton Coalporters. This next race on the course is the final of the women's D single sculls. Rachel Armstrong of Bedford Rowing Club closer to the camera, and Daisy Wild of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha on the far side. Coming towards the finish, this is the final of the women's Masters D singles. Rachel Armstrong of Bedford Rowing Club closer to us is leading Daisy Wild of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club, who is on the far side, and Rachel Armstrong leads by about 3 lengths over Daisy Wild. Rachel Armstrong sculling up the middle of the course, but that's not troubling the umpire. In fact, she is just moving back onto her station, but being some 3 lengths up or so on Daisy Wild of Mortlake Anglian on the far side, not really any problem there for the umpire to get involved with. In this final of the women's D singles, it's Rachel Armstrong of Bedford Rowing Club coming to the line some 3 lengths or more ahead of Daisy Wild of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha. In its final stages now, the final of the Open Masters D Cox 4, Thames Rowing Club closer to us, Upper Thames Rowing Club on the far side, and there's almost nothing between these two boats. I think Upper Thames maybe just have their bows in front, maybe it's half a length or so. Here they are on their home water. They should know exactly how many strokes it is to the finish line and exactly where to begin to put in that sprint, which appears to have won this event for them. Upper Thames on the far side, just squeezing out 2/3 of a length, perhaps ahead of Thames Rowing Club, to take this final of the Open D Coxed 4s. As always, these results are subject to confirmation from the umpire, who holds a white flag up to indicate he satisfied it was a fair race, no issues. Handed over to the judges on the finish line to determine the verdict. While we wait for the next race, just take the opportunity to go back one and confirm the official result of the final of the women's D single sculls. It was a win for Rachel Armstrong of Bedford Rowing Club by 2 lengths over Daisy Wild of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club, winning time 4:36. And we're still waiting for the next race, so I can confirm the official result of the final of the Open D Cox Fours. A win for Upper Thames Rowing Club by 3/4 of a length over Thames Rowing Club, and a winning time 3 minutes 46. So as we look down the course, down to the stake boats at the start, we can see that the next race hasn't yet got underway, although it's just about to. Monmouth Rowing Club closest to us, Milton Keynes Rowing Club on the far side, and this is the final of the women's D Coxed Fours. Masters D, these crews each have an average age of 50 or more, and as I say, that they start. Milton Keynes on the far side at 34, Monmouth closer to us at 33. And it looks to me like Milton Keynes just beginning to ease out to perhaps a canvas lead. Maybe not, maybe they are level as they come past our camera position. Camera's about 150 metres off the start. And this is still neck and neck. This is Monmouth versus Milton Keynes in the final of the women's D Coxed Fours. Monmouth at 34 strokes per minute, Milton Keynes at 33, and these two boats are still side by side as they approach the halfway point. So Monmouth closer to us, just beginning to ease away out to, it's probably about 2/3 of a length now advantage over Milton Keynes on the far side. Milton Keynes in their green kit. But it's Monmouth who are beginning to take this race in the final of the women's D Coxed Fours. Coming towards the finish is the final of the women's Masters D Coxed Fours Monmouth Rowing Club closest to us, Milton Keynes Rowing Club on the far side, and it's Monmouth who hold about a 1 length advantage, perhaps a little more than that even now, over Milton Keynes. Monmouth at 32 strokes per minute. Milton Keynes at 33, but it's Monmouth closer to us who lead by just over a length in this final of the women's D Cox Fours. Last 5 strokes. I'm sure it's hurting both these crews. 1,000 metres competitive race for the first half of the race. Monmouth just easing out in the middle of the race, and now have Clearwater a length and a half or so over Milton Keynes as they come to the line to take the final of the women's D Cox Fours. On the course now, race 238, the final of the Open Masters E8, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club's composite closest to us, and Tideway Scullers School on the far side. The Tyne Amateur composite is a Hexham Rowing Club, Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, and Durham Amateur Rowing Club composite. 3 clubs located very close to each other in the northeast of England, and at the moment there's less than half a length between these 2 boats. Tideway Scullers School on the far side lead by half a length over the Tyne Durham Hexham composite. Both of these 8s are at 34 strokes per minute. This is the final of the Open Masters E8 with the Tideway Scullers School on the far side who lead, now have Clearwater over the Tyne Durham Hexham composite closer to us. Tideway Scullers leading by, I think there's just a little bit of Clearwater there, so about a length and a quarter coming up to the line in this final of the Open Masters E8s. So we've just seen the Open E8s, we now see the Women's E8s on the course, with Upper Thames Rowing Club's composite closest to us and Marlow Rowing Club on the far side. confirmation, the official result of the final of the Open Masters E8 is a win for Tideway Scholars School over the Tyne Durham Hexham Amateur Composite by 1.5 lengths, winning time 3:25. On the course now is the final of the women's E8. On the station closest to us is the composite from Upper Thames Rowing Club, Express Boat Club, Wallingford Rowing Club and Rudolfrhein Wiener from Austria. The Austrian connection here is that the young lady in this 8 from Vienna is formerly a Wallingford member until a couple of years ago when she moved to Vienna for work. And it's the Upper Thames Express Wallingford Vienna composite who have about a 2-length lead over Marlow Rowing Club in this final of the women's E8. So the Upper Thames Express, Wallingford and Vienna composite rating now just 29 strokes per minute, looking really, really relaxed on the recovery. Some 2.5 or even 3 lengths up on Marlow. And as those of us who've rowed at any level will know, it's very easy to be comfortable and relaxed when you're 3 lengths up halfway over the course in a final. It isn't over yet, of course, anything could happen, but I think this Upper Thames composite feels they have this comfortably in hand. Upper Thames, of course, the local club here on this stretch, hosts for our regatta this year yet again. Express, I think, is from Cambridge. Wallingford is about 30 miles upriver from Henley, but only about 10 miles as the crow flies because of the way that the River Thames loops southwards through Wallingford, down in through Reading and then back up northwards through Henley. And of course Vienna. So in the final stages this race, the final of the women's E8, it's the Upper Thames Express, Wallingford and Vienna composite who lead by about 2.5 or 3 lengths over Marlow Rowing Club on the far side. And I have to say the Upper Thames composites just rowing well within their capabilities, really just paddling up to the finish line to take this final. This is the women's E8 ahead of Marlow.
Jim Oliver, sorry. Oh, Jim Oliver. Yeah. Comfortable lead now over the opposition starter, Mr. Ward. Now the sun is shining, the lift there, makes it gorgeous on
Just confirm the result of the final of the Open Masters E8, a win for Tideway Scholars School over the Tyne Durham Hexham Composite by 1.5 lengths, winning time 3:25. And then the race we've just seen, the final of the women's E8, which was a win for the Upper Thames Express, Wallingford and Vienna Composite over Marlow Rowing Club by 3 lengths with a winning time of 4:09. Entering final stages of the race is the final now of the Open Masters G single sculls. The gentlemen scullers who are 65 this year or older. Ian Bates of Bentham Boat Club closest to us, and Lester Waugh of Star Club from Bedford on the far side. And it's Ian Bates of Bentham who holds a very nice and very comfortable advantage with about a dozen strokes to go to the finish line. I'll take him a dozen strokes at this sort of rating and moving at this sort of pace. But it's just sculling in very comfortably, very competently. So is Lester Waugh of Star Club. These are two very capable singles. But it's Ian Bates who did all the work in the first half of the course to open up that lead of 3 or 4 lengths, and has then just comfortably paddled up to the finish line in the final of the Open G single sculls.
One Masters B double sculls. Very fine rowing here now from Birmingham, Nottingham Composite, who are leading the Fulham Reach Upper Thames Composite. So Birmingham, Nottingham, the county will be both leading this double scull performance here along the Henley course. A commanding lead through there.
So quickly confirming the official result of the final of the Open Masters G single sculls. A win for Ian Bates of Bentham Boat Club over Lester Waugh of Star Club by 4 lengths, and winning time 4:35. And rapidly approaching the finish line now is the final of the Open Masters B double sculls. Fulham Reach Upper Thames Composite on the station closest to us, and Birmingham Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association on the far side. And it's the Birmingham Notts County double who I think have led pretty much all the way, just finishing with a little flourish here in the final 10 strokes. They are some 4 or 5 lengths up on Fulham Reach Upper Thames. But just coming to the line, Birmingham Notts County to take the medals home with them in this final of the Open Masters B doubles.
The women's Masters B double scull final is passing Remenham now. And it's neck and neck between Upper Thames Rowing Club, local club, and Buellbridge, who have taken a half a length lead. So that Buellbridge Rowing Club crew are powering through, and they're being slightly warned by the umpire to keep on their station.
Good race developing here in the women's Masters B double sculls final. Upper Thames Rowing Club closest to us, Buellbridge on the far side. These two boats pretty much side by side. Been warned by the umpire for steering. Moved apart again. And as they go past the boating rafts at about the halfway point, they're overlapping. So for the record, the official result of the final of the Open Masters B double sculls was a win for Birmingham Rowing Club Nottinghamshire County Composite over the Fulham Reach Upper Thames Composite by 2 lengths and a winning time 3:46. And entering final stages is a really close race here. This is the final of the women's Masters B double sculls. Upper Thames Rowing Club closer to us, Buellbridge Rowing Club on the far side. I think these two doubles have been overlapping over the entire course. Very little between them. Upper Thames, of course, on their home water. As I think I said several races ago, they will know exactly all the landmarks on this course. They'll know exactly where they want to go from, exactly how many strokes it is to the finish line. And Upper Thames just appear to be finishing the more strongly of these two doubles, just squeezing out to, well, maybe it will be as much as 1 length on the line. It's Not quite that yet. Upper Thames Rowing Club, Buellbridge on the far side. Upper Thames just holding off any challenge that might be coming from Buellbridge. But it's Upper Thames who come to the finish line just about 1 length up in this final of the Women's Masters B doubles. And we have confirmation of the result of that last race, the final of the Women's Masters B double sculls, a win for the host club, Upper Thames Rowing Club, over Buellbridge Rowing Club by 1.5 lengths and a winning time 4 minutes 10 seconds. So coming up the course now is the final of the Open Masters F single sculls. These are for gentlemen aged 60 this year or more. And Dennis Crowley of Commercial Rowing Club from Ireland on the side closest to us, and Duncan Gwilliam of Stourport Boat Club on the far side. And Dennis Crowley of Commercial currently holds a lead of about 3 lengths over Duncan Gwilliam of Stourport.
Fine rowing here, fine sculling as they pass the racing area, and Commercial Rowing Club Ireland continues to maintain about 4 lengths lead over Stourport England. And a little bit tight.
Really nice technique and form and rhythm from Dennis Crowley there of Commercial. I wish I could scull that well at this age. And he's doing a really super job here of paddling up this course, comfortably leading Duncan Gwilliam of Stourport. Be interesting to see whether Duncan has any kind of a sprint finish left in him. But if he does, he's going to need to execute it now, as he's 3 or 4 lengths down, and that's an awful lot to make up in the final minute and a half or so of a race. So this race coming towards the finish is the final of the Open Masters F singles. Gentlemen aged 60 this year or more. Dennis Crowley of Commercial Rowing Club in Ireland holding the lead over Duncan Gwilliam of Stourport Boat Club. Duncan's on the far side, Dennis closest to us. And Dennis Crowley sculling really neatly and very, very, very nicely. Is leading by about 3 lengths from Duncan Gwilliam of Stourport on the far side. Dennis Crowley, Commercial Rowing Club Ireland, just coming to On the course now is the final of the Open C quads. This is between Peterborough City and Leicester Rowing Club Composite on the station closest to us, and Circolo Canottieri Lazio on the far side. Really tight race, this one. Coming towards the finish, the final of the Open Masters C quads. Peterborough City, Leicester closer to us, just holding a small advantage over Circolo Canottieri Lazio from Rome. That lead from Peterborough Leicester is about half a length at the most. Both these quads pushing very hard, quite rating high, so we would expect for Masters C, but it's the Peterborough Leicester composite who just hold on by well, less than a length over the Italians on the far side. Peterborough Leicester composite crossing first, and we'll bring you the official result of that as soon as we have it. So as we see the final of the Women's Masters C quads underway, it's Avon County Rowing Club closest to us, Falcon Boat Club from Oxford on the far side. Just confirming a couple of results earlier, just in case anybody is keeping score. Dennis Crowley of Commercial Rowing Club Ireland beat Duncan Quilliam of Stourport in the Open Masters F singles final, winning time 4:19 and the verdict 2 lengths. And then we've just witnessed Peterborough City Leicester Rowing Club beating Circolo Canottieri Lazio by a half length in a winning time of 3:18. But coming back to this Women's Masters C quads, which is underway, Avon County Rowing Club closest to us, Falcon Boat Club on the far side, and Falcon just beginning to ease out to a small lead. Falcon is a mixed sport club in Oxford. I know that they, as well as rowing, they are very strong in canoeing, and I believe some dragon boat racing, and no doubt these days some paddle boarding as well, but a mixed sport club in the middle of Oxford, and Avon County closest to us, of course. Falcon continue to extend their lead out to some clear water now, I think, over Avon County. As they come past our camera, it's roughly at the halfway point. We can see that Falcon now extending their lead out to about 3 lengths over Avon County. So in this final of the Women's Masters C Quads, Falcon Boat Club on the far side continue to pull away from Avon County Rowing Club closer to us. Falcon at 32 strokes per minute. Avon County haven't given up, they're still pushing. They're at 32 also. The Falcon quad sculling very neatly, very comfortably leading this race now by perhaps even 4 lengths as they come into the final 10 strokes or so up to the finish line in this final of the Women's C Quads. So as they cross the line, Falcon Boat Club lead home Avon County by several lengths in this final of the Women's C Quads.
The women's Masters B pairs are just passing the halfway point. Wallingford Rowing Club have a couple of lengths lead over Strathclyde and opposite. Fantastic quality of racing here. All their weight on the course and the second now rowing.
And so we can confirm the official result of that final of the Women's C Quads that we've just witnessed. Falcon Boat Club beat Avon County Rowing Club by 4 lengths at a winning time 3:58. Coming up the course is the final of the Women's B Coxless Pairs. Wallingford Rowing Club closer to us continue to lead Strathclyde Park St Andrew Composite, who are on the far side, by perhaps a couple of lengths. Never easy to steer these Coxless pairs. I think both boats are aware of how much those booms bite if you run into them. Wallingford had just squeezed out to the middle of the course, but appear to me to be correcting back perhaps a little bit further over than really they ought to be. Yes, they are picking up a warning from the umpire just to move back across onto the correct station from the middle. But they are leading. They've got a little bit of clear water with, well, they're inside the final 10 strokes. So this is the final of the Women's B Coxless Pairs. It's Wallingford leading home Strathclyde Park and St Andrew by clear water, a length and a half or so. Strathclyde St Andrew pushing all the way to the finish line, but just not able to close that lead that Wallingford established in the first half. Crossing the line, that's the final of the Women's Masters B Coxless Pairs. So as you can see on the course now is the final of the Open Masters F. Cox Forces is race 248. Multi Boat Club closest to us. Monmouth Rowing Club on the far side. And I think we can see that Multi have this in hand with already a substantial lead, passing the halfway mark. So just to go back a race and confirm that official result of the final of the Women's Masters B Coxless Pairs was indeed a win for Wallingford Rowing Club over the Strathclyde Park St Andrew Boat Club Composite. Winning verdict was 1.5 lengths and the winning time 4:15. Approaching the finish now is the final of the Masters F Coxed Fours. Masters F, these crews have an average age of 60 or more. Molesey Boat Club on the station closest to us, Monmouth Rowing Club on the far side, and this has been Molesey right from the very beginning. They jumped out to a very early lead in the first 10 or 12 strokes and lead comfortably 3 lengths or so, maybe it's even 4 lengths ahead of Monmouth Rowing Club as they come to the finish line in this final of the Open F Coxed Fours. Thank you, Dave. Only just stopped talking. Thank you. Like my lunch. I didn't get one. Nope, none left. They'd all closed up and gone when I...
Marin against Endeavour Race Alliance. And both ladies, there is no clear water. Both ladies are really pushing for this final. What an epic race they're having here on the Henley course. They will not forget this for a long time to come. And I think Endeavour trying to hold on to that lead, but it's Marin.
So this is an All-American Women's Masters F Coxed Fours final. Marine Rowing Association on the station closest to us and Endeavour Racing Alliance on the far side. Apologies for my comments about my bacon butty. I assure you it was very pleasant, particularly as it had plenty of ketchup in it. But back to the racing, never mind me. And we're looking here at Marin and Endeavour, with Endeavour on the far side just having small advantage over Marin. Come to the line, they get a big cheer from the people on the bank. Endeavour Racing Alliance just crossing the line, just about a length up on Marine Rowing Association in this final of, as I say, the Women's Masters F Coxed Fours.
And race 250 Masters H Quadruple Sculls. Tees Rowing Club have half a length lead over Grosvenor Rowing Club from Chester. These are two northern crews coming to the start here on the Henley course. And Tees are trying to pick up half a length lead. So a length and a half lead over
So quickly confirmation of a couple of results. The final of the Open Masters F Cox Fours 2 races ago, win for Molesey Boat Club over Monmouth Rowing Club by 4 lengths, winning time of 3:39. And then that Women's Masters F Cox Fours, a win for Endeavour Racing Alliance by 3/4 of a length over Marine Rowing Association, both from United States and or Canada, and a winning time 4:19. Rapidly approaching us then is the final of the Open Masters H Quads. Tees Rowing Club closest to us, Grosvenor Rowing Club Chester on the far side. Not a lot between these two quads, but I think it's Tees closer to us who have the advantage of best part of a length over Grosvenor on the far side. Tees getting a little warning there from the umpire just to move back. They are in the middle of this course. They move, they correct, and they come back towards the station closer to us. But it's Tees Rowing Club with about a 1 length advantage over Grosvenor as they come to the line in this final of the Masters H Quads.
Men's Masters C Coxless Fours. Agecroft against Bradford on Avon are battling it out as they approach the Revenham Farm area. Both crews in red. So it's the crew on this side, Agecroft, that have a lead, maybe a length lead over Bradford on Avon. Very competitive race here. There's a few geese that need to get out of the way of Bradford on Avon. And there's half a length clear water of Agecroft over Bradford on Avon.
This next race on the course is the final of the Open Masters C Coxless Fours. Age group here is average age of 43 or more. Agecroft Rowing Club closest to us. Bradford on Avon Rowing Club on the far side. Testing the commentators as both crews are in red, but assuming they're on the correct sides, it's Agecroft closer to us, who lead by about a length and a half as they paddle away from the boating area, which is just roughly halfway over this 1,000-metre course. Confirmation of the final of the formal result of the final of the Open Masters H Quads is indeed a win for Tees Rowing Club over Grosvenor Rowing Club from Chester. The verdict was 1 length and the winning time 3:56. And rapidly approaching the finish line is another really quick race. This is the Open Masters C Coxless Fours. These will certainly be one of the quickest boats here, we would expect. Agecroft closer to us, Bradford on Avon on the far side, both crews in red, but it is Agecroft who hold about a 1 length advantage inside the final 10 strokes. Bradford on Avon really pushing quite hard, trying to close the gap. They raise the rate of striking. It's really coming up in the Bradford boat. They are closing. Bradford are closing on Agecroft with every stroke. Agecroft desperately trying to hold them off. Agecroft just about crossing the line first. Agecroft celebrate that final of the Open Masters C Coxless Fours. White flag from the umpire signalling that he's happy. So looking to me that Agecroft get to take home the medals. Really tight race here on this next one. This is the Women's Masters C Coxless Fours. Marlow Rowing Club closer to us in the red kit, just beginning to eke out a battle length lead over Aberdeen Boat Club as they pass our camera position. Maybe just opening up a little bit of clear water indeed as they pass up this course.
Marlow on the towpath side, Aberdeen Boat Club on the far side. And as they approach the Revenham picnic area, it looks like there's Marlow have a lead over Abingdon. Masters C, Coxless Fours, really competitive. Aberdeen have done a push, closing the gap. Maybe there's a quarter of a length clear water. So Marlow.
So in this women's Masters C Cox's Falls final, Marlow continue to lead, just with a little bit of clear water now, about a length and a quarter up on Aberdeen. Aberdeen putting in a push at the start of the enclosure area, about 250 metres, 300 metres into this race. There's of course only 1,000 metres. These crews are taking winning times, give or take, are around the 4-minute mark. So there's not a lot of time to make up a couple of lengths if you're down. You can't leave that sprint just to the finish and hope to make it up in the last 20 strokes. You really do have to put in some pushes a little earlier than that if you're to get back on terms. But this does look like Marlow in the women's Masters C Coxless Fours taking a commanding lead now over Aberdeen Boat Club. And confirmation of the result of the final of the Open Masters C Coxless Fours. Agecroft Rowing Club did indeed take the win over Bradford on Avon Rowing Club by just half a length at the end, and a winning time 3 minutes 29. So coming to the finish line, the final of the women's Masters C Coxless Fours, and it's Marlow Rowing Club closest to us, who I think have this all sewn up. 2 lengths up on Aberdeen on the far side. Marlow don't look to me to be under any real pressure here from Aberdeen in the closing stages of this race. As they come to the line, it's Marlow Rowing Club. Some 2 lengths or perhaps a little more than that. Wait for the official verdict, of course. But Marlow crossed the line ahead of Aberdeen in the final of the women's Masters C Coxless Fours.
Race 253, Masters B8, is being dominated by Molesey Boat Club on the towpath side, really pushing and increasing the distance with every stroke over Crabtree.
So rapidly coming towards us, the final of the Open Masters B8. This really ought to be the fastest race of the day. The youngest competitors, they're in an 8. Molesey Boat Club closest to us. Crabtree Boat Club on the far side. This has been Molesey right from the very beginning. Molesey at 38, really powering up this course, pulling away with every stroke in the first half of the race from Crabtree. Crabtree, the alumni of Cambridge University, of course, but it is Molesey closer to us, leading by a length or so in this final of the Masters B8. Molesey maintaining superb form from start to finish. These youngsters, this is really just a sprint, this 1,000 metres for competitors in this age group. Just beginning to open up a tad of clear water now, Molesey over Crabtree as they come to the finish line. So while Molesey celebrate, let's just go back one race and confirm the official result of race 252, which was the final of the women's Masters C Coxless Fours, was a win for Marlow Rowing Club over Aberdeen Boat Club. The verdict 2.5 lengths and a winning time 4 minutes and 3 seconds. confirm the previous race was a win for Molesey Boat Club over Crabtree by 1.5 lengths, time of 3 minutes and 7 seconds. And that is indeed the fastest time of the day. Underway now is the women's equivalent event, so this is the Women's Masters B8, City of Bristol Rowing Club closest to us, the Cantabrigian Rowing Club on the far side. And very early into this race, City of Bristol have taken best part of a 1 length lead already. The first camera position we have is only a little over 100 metres, 150 metres from the start, so for City of Bristol to have jumped out to that kind of lead that quickly is a really impressive performance from them. They continue to pull away from Cantabrigian. City of Bristol now have clear water.
City of Bristol have a length lead. Really lively performance here from City of Bristol. Not quite got clear water. There's still a canvas overlap. So Cantabrigian might...
Good high rating from both these boats. City of Bristol at 38, Cantabrigian at 37. Cantabrigian are not allowing City of Bristol to get away. Cantabrigian just hanging onto their tails. It's not quite clear water, I don't think. I think Cantabrigian are right on the stern of City of Bristol. They are, of course, separated laterally. I don't mean it literally. They're not touching. This isn't a bumping race. Cantabrigian just sitting about a length down on City of Bristol as they come towards the boating rafts, which are roughly halfway over this course. Coming into the final stages, this final of the Women's Masters B8, City of Bristol Rowing Club closest to us, maintaining about a 1 length lead over Cantabrigian Rowing Club on the far side. City of Bristol jumped out right from the start to a lead of about 3/4 of a length in the first 20 strokes or so, and they've just held on to that all the way up this course, keeping it very lively. Ratings are up. These are Masters B8s. We're looking at 36, 37 for City of Bristol. Cantabrigian pretty much matching that. Cantabrigian trying to close the gap. Cantabrigian putting in, they've started their finishing sprint. They started it a little earlier than perhaps City of Bristol. City of Bristol just trying to hold on and hold off Cantabrigian. Cantabrigian trying to finish very quickly. I'm not sure whether they've got just enough left in them to do it, but it's City of Bristol ahead of Cantabrigian as they come to the line. City of Bristol just holding on by, that might be about 1/3 of a length. We wait for the judges to tell me exactly what their view of it was. They're sat on the finish line. I'm slightly off centre from it. They have a better view than me, but it did look to me that City of Bristol just held on in that final of the Women's Masters B8s.
Final of the men's Masters G quadruple sculls is just passing the boating area now. Sons of the Thames have a slight lead over Kamaran Rowing Club USA. And just to note, Kamaran Rowing Club, first time here in the US, so let's give them a big cheer as they try and...
So on the course now is the Open Masters G quadruple sculls. Sons of the Thames Rowing Club closest to us in their blue kit, and Cimarron Rowing Club from the United States on the far side. Sons of the Thames continue to lead ahead of Cimarron Rowing Club from Minnesota in the United States in this final of the Masters G quadruple sculls. Sons of the Thames holding on to about a length, maybe just over, advantage over Cimarron. I'm sure Cimarron will be picking it up and beginning to sprint into the finish line, but I think Sons of the Thames have them in their sights. Just taking a sideways glance just to make sure they're just holding on to a length lead, just doing enough to come home with 6 or 7 strokes to go in this final of the Masters G quads. This is Sons of the Thames Rowing Club closest to us, with the advantage over Cimarron Rowing Club from the United States on the far side as they come up to the finish line. Sons of the Thames holding on to best part of a 1-length lead over Cimarron.
Women's Masters GH quadruple sculls, Kingston Rowing Club opposite Masters G, Saugatuck Upper Thames Rowing Club opposite Masters H. There is no handicap at the start, both starting level. Let's see what this next race will produce.
So confirmation of the results of the last couple of races. The final of the Women's Masters B8 was a win for the City of Bristol Rowing Club over Cantabrigian Rowing Club by just half a length in a time of 3:38. And then the last race that we just saw, the final of the Open Masters G quads, a win for Sons of the Thames Rowing Club over Cimarron Rowing Club from Minnesota in the United States by 1 length and a winning time of 3:46. On the course now is the Women's Masters G and H quadruple sculls final. They've combined 2 age groups here because of a lack of entries. Kingston Rowing Club composite crew closest to us are slightly younger, being Masters G, and just to put that into perspective, Masters G is 65 or more as an average age this year. And on the far side, the Saugatuck Upper Thames Rowing Club composite, who are Masters H, and that means they have an average age of 70 or more.
Well done, ladies, in the Upper Thames Saugatuck composite coach. Really enjoying this row down in Henley Masters.
Now, often in British rowing, when we join 2 masters groups, 2 different age groups together, we have a handicap start. Didn't happen here. The Kingston Rowing Club, the slightly younger crew, felt they didn't need it, or didn't want it, or it was Saugatuck Upper Thames who felt they didn't need it. But Saugatuck Upper Thames have a very substantial lead and are thoroughly enjoying rowing over on their home water. It's almost a row over for them. They are some 5 or 6 lengths up on Kingston Rowing Club. Saugatuck Upper Thames lead by a considerable margin. Let's just confirm the result of the F Open final of the Open Masters G quads a few moments ago. Sons of the Thames Rowing Club beat Cimarron Rowing Club by 1 length and time of 3:46. So paddling up to take the win in this final of the Women's Masters GH quads, the Saugatuck Upper Thames Rowing Club composite closest to us, who are Masters H and therefore an average age of 70 or more. Just paddling in beautifully, gently, under complete control, lovely and calm, no real effort, just very neat technique, beautifully together, just coming up to the finish line. That's the way to win an event here on your home water in this final of the Women's Masters GH quads. Saugatuck Upper Thames Rowing Club come to the finish line. Actually, I'm not sure that that is. They've switched stations on us. Kingston Rowing Club Composite, my sincere apologies to them. Kingston Rowing Club Composite win against the Saugatuck Upper Thames quad on the far side. How did I get that so wrong? Ooh. Berkshire and Buckingham, they're the wrong. I've got umpire sheets. Damn it. So, with sincere apologies to them, the result of that women's GH Quadruple Sculls final was a win for the Kingston Rowing Club, Nottingham Rowing Club, Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club and Loch Lomond Rowing Club Composite, who beat the Saugatuck Upper Thames Rowing Club Composite by 3 lengths and a winning time of 4:39.
Open Masters double sculls, Warwick, Abingdon, Composite have a commanding lead over Avon County Rowing Club. And Avon County.
On course now is race 257, the final of the Open Masters D double sculls, with Warwick Abingdon Rowing Club Composite on the station closest to us, and they hold a reasonably good advantage in these early stages over Avon County Rowing Club on the far side. Warwick Abingdon leading by quite a number of lengths, 4 or 5 lengths, coming into the final stages of this race. So this final of the Open Masters D double sculls entering its final stages. Very easy to assume that the race is all over, with Warwick Abingdon leading by 5 or so lengths over Avon County. Once again, the leading crew's under no real pressure here. They can just paddle in nice and comfortably, very relaxed sculling. A little bit of a flourish here at the finish, maybe they have just picked it up, just a little bit of pressure in the water in these final 10 strokes. It's Warwick Abingdon closer to us, Avon County on the far side, a number of lengths back. This is the final of the Open D double sculls, and it looks as if it's going to go to the Warwick Abingdon Composite, who cross the line ahead of Avon County.
The Women's Masters D double scull final is just passing some very enthusiastic supporters at the towpath here at Revenham Farm. And Barnesbridge have a commanding lead over Mason and Victor Rowing Club, maybe about 4 or 5 lengths. But Mason and Victor really enjoying this row, keeping the pressure on Barnesbridge ladies.
Confirmation that the final of the Open Masters D double sculls goes to victory to Warwick Boat Club Abingdon Rowing Club Composite over the Avon County Rowing Club crew. Verdict was easily, and the winning time 3:43. Coming towards us is the final of the women's equivalent of that double sculls race, so Women's Masters D doubles. Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club closest to us, who have a significant lead over Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club on the far side. Barnesbridge sculling at 30 strokes per minute and enjoying a 3 or 4 length lead over Maidstone Invicta with about 10 strokes to go to the finish.
The Masters E double sculls final is just about to be run on Exeter Rowing Club of Safety, Bradford. I love when you fall. Come on, boys! Come on, lads! Keep it on! Come on!
On the course now is the Open Masters E doubles Exeter Rowing Club closest to the cameras, and Crabtree Boat Club on the far side, and it's Crabtree who have the advantage by about a length as they paddle away from the boating area. It's halfway over this course. Just going back a race, confirm the final of the Women's Masters D doubles, a win for Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club over Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club. The verdict was easily, and the winning time 4:22. And the official result of that last race, the final of the Open Masters E double sculls, Crabtree Boat Club beat Exeter Rowing Club by 2 lengths and a winning time 3 minutes 46. The next race on the course is the Women's Masters E doubles. Eton Excelsior Rowing Club closest to us, and Henley Rowing Club on the far side. Eton Excelsior row on the River Thames, just by the Eton Dorney International Course where the Olympic Regatta was held in 2012. Henley Rowing Club, of course, here on this stretch, just the other side of Henley Town Bridge, their boathouse. So Henley ought to know this stretch of water better than Eton Excelsior, perhaps we would say. But it is Eton Excelsior who lead Henley as they come past the halfway point. This is the final of the Women's Masters E double sculls coming towards us. Coming up towards Upper Thames Rowing Club and the finish. Eton Excelsior Rowing Club closest to us. Henley Rowing Club on the far side. And Eton Excelsior continue to hold about a 2-length lead over Henley. Eton Excelsior sculling at 30 strokes per minute. Henley at 32. But Henley are really making no impression on this lead that Eton Excelsior have. Henley well over the course, right over by the booms. Eton Excelsior a little way out, comfortably away from them, no real risk. Henley have moved back away from the booms. Eton Excelsior just quietly paddling up to the finish line, just doing enough to hold on to their lead. Henley perhaps have closed a little bit in the final third of this race, but Eton Excelsior just holding them off by a length or so as they come to the final finish in this Women's Masters E double. A rubbish. And confirmation of that result, the final of the Women's Masters E double sculls, a win for Eton Excelsior Rowing Club over Henley Rowing Club. The verdict was 1.5 lengths and winning time 4 minutes 25.
Masters H single sculls. Masters H single sculls final of Athlone Boat Club Ireland on the towpath side against Poplar, Blackwell and District Milligan on the far side. And it's Poplar, Blackwell and District Milligan who is enjoying this row, enjoying this scull along the Henley course, and has got about a 5-length clear water lead over Gallen, who's come all the way from Athlone Boat Club in Ireland. So big cheer for Athlone.
On the course now is the final of the Open Masters H singles for gentlemen who have reached their 70th birthday this year, or who will reach their 70th birthday this year, or indeed older. Paul Gallen of Athlone Boat Club from Ireland on the station closest to us, and Robert Milliken of Poplar, Blackwell and District Rowing Club on the far side. It's Robert Milliken of Poplar on the far side, who's sculling over this course very comfortably, some 5 or so lengths up on Paul Gallen of Athlone. Coming towards us, the final of the Open Masters H single sculls. These gentlemen reach the age of 70 this year, or indeed they might be older already. Paul Gallen of Athlone Boat Club closest to us, but he's being led by quite a considerable margin by Robert Milligan of Poplar, Blackwell and District Rowing Club from the Docklands in East London. Robert Milligan enjoying a lead of some 5 or more lengths over Paul Gallen of Athlone. So just coming to the line, Robert Milliken of Poplar, Blackwell and District Rowing Club to come home first in this final of the Open Masters H single sculls. And Robert Milliken had a significant advantage over Paul Gallen of Athlone Boat Club from Ireland, who's just coming to the finish line now.
Masters D pairs, York City. York City leading Sons of the Thames. York City pushing away. Sons of the Thames just been warned by the umpires to keep on their station. And York City has just taken advantage of that and gone to a clear length lead over Sons of the Thames. York City.
So on the course now, this is the final of the Open Masters D coxless pairs. Probably can just call them pairs. I don't think we ever see coxed pairs anymore out on the water. So Open Masters D pairs, York City Rowing Club closest to us, Sons of the Thames Rowing Club on the far side. Umpires been warning both of these pairs about their steering. York City, the most recent to be asked to move back onto the correct station. Coming towards us, the final of the Open D pairs. York City Rowing Club closest to us. Continue to lead Sons of the Thames Rowing Club on the far side. York City leading by 3 lengths or so. Both these pairs warned by the umpire for steering earlier on in the race, but they seem to have got it under control now. York City closest to us, continuing to hold on to a lead of about 3 lengths over Sons of the Thames. Last couple of strokes in this final of the Open D pairs. York City Rowing Club coming to the finish line ahead of Sons of the Thames. When you like? Whenever you like? Well, I've got to wander down to the halfway point. So I'll just announce this result, shall I? And then we'll rotate. Were you on here earlier putting some commentary on the internet version? Yeah.
Well, I was pushing the red button anyway.
And so confirmation of the result of the final of the Open Masters D pairs. A win for York City Rowing Club over Sons of the Thames Rowing Club by 3 lengths and a winning time of 4:15. Looks to me that the next race started, but the umpire has stopped them. Both of the Coxless fours, the Masters E Coxless fours, are backing it down, back towards the stake boats. The umpire launch is also reversing back down. So it looks like we might have had a false start. And if we get some information on that, we'll bring it to you. So we'll just wait now for a minute or two for them to get back reattached and straight for the next race, which will be the final of the Open Masters E for Midas.
And so the race that was stopped earlier has now restarted. So now we now have Upper Thames Rowing Club on the Buck Station versus Grosvenor on the Bark Station, and this is the E Cox's Fours. And Grosvenor have a slight lead of about a canvas as they come up to the barrier.
The Masters E final. Masters E Cox's Four final. Grosvenor Rowing Club against Upper Thames Rowing Club.
Really close one here. Got Ewan Jones stroking the Grosvenor crew here with his flat cap on. A former Welsh representative at the Home Countries International. And now it seems that Upper Thames are just pulling through a little bit, clawing it back, getting back on terms. This race absolutely neck and neck here between Grosvenor and Upper Thames. Well worth a watch if you're near the river. Step and have a look. There's really not much in it, just as they pile into the 3/4 mile mark, getting close to the finish, coming up to the lawn just near Upper Thames. It looks like Upper Thames have now actually pulled ahead slightly. They're a bit off they were down on Grosvenor off the start, but they've now managed to claw it through, and now they're really winding it for the finish. Grosvenor giving it absolutely everything. Fantastic races, well done guys. Upper Thames are now pulling it out. They've got almost a length's lead at the stage, probably not quite yet as they approach the finish.
Just a huge welcome to all of the visiting crews here at Henley Masters Regatta, and the crew that's just boated actually, the Royal Chester Quintin Boat Club with their Empacher, kindly loaned by Empacher for this race. So huge thanks to Empacher. I'm sure the boys will do you proud in this race. Meanwhile, the race passing Remenham Farm is the Women's Masters E Cox's Fours. Upper Thames on the towpath side, Upper Thames Composite with Wallingford. Just a length lead over Ardingly Rowing Club. And a great fight from Ardingly Rowing Club, really pushing the local Upper Thames Wallingford crews right through the halfway point.
And in this final of the women's E Cox's fours, the crews are now approaching the 3/4 mile mark, and Ardingly have a comfortable lead over Upper Thames of about a length and a half. Ardingly featuring one Upper Thames member in their crew, but they are winding for the finish. Actually, I got that wrong entirely. The Upper Thames composite is actually the Upper Thames and Wallingford composite, and they won that race over Ardingly.
Masters D8 is just coming right across the voting area. Upper Thames against Rob Roy. And Rob Roy are pushing Upper Thames into second place as they pass the halfway point. Rob Roy really powering through with himself a length lead to Upper Thames.
A couple of quick results there for the last two races was, first of all, in the Open E Cox's fours, Grosvenor Rowing Club unfortunately lost to Upper Thames Rowing Club by 3/4 of a length in a time of 3:34. And in the following race, the women's E Cox's fours, the Upper Thames composite, they succeeded and they won by 2 lengths in a time of 4:09. But now we have back to the race on the river, which is the Open D8s, and this has now got the Rob Roy composite with members of Tees, Southampton Coal Porters, City of Cambridge and Express, and they just come across the line and they appear to have won their race by a little under 2 lengths. That's over Upper Thames Rowing Club.
Women's Masters D8 final is passing us now, and the Upper Thames women's composite crew has a length lead over Marin USA. And this composite crew from Upper Thames, Strathclyde Park, I see there with their different kits and other people. That composite crew is really powering it down and increased their lead to almost a length over the Marin Boat Club USA crew.
And in the final of the women's D8s, the Upper Thames composite that features members of Bedford and Strathclyde Park rowing clubs as well, continues to lead over Marin Rowing Association from USA. Upper Thames Composite with a lead of over a length as they come up to the 3/4 mile signal. Quick results from the last two races, which was a win for the Open D8s by the Rob Roy Composite, 2 lengths and a time of 3 minutes and 19. And then the Women's D8s was won by the Upper Thames Composite and a verdict of 2.5 lengths and a time of 3 minutes 43.
On the course now, the final of the Open Masters F doubles between, on the station closest to us, Devon West End Rowing Club Composite, on the far side, Tideway Scullers. Devon and West End just about as far apart on the surface of the earth as they could be. West End is from New Zealand, and the Devon West End double lead Tideway Scullers by half a length. Devon West End sculling very strongly, and the stage is trying to open up to a 1-length lead. So there's some power in that Devon West End boat. Tideway Scullers right over by the booms on the far side. Maybe just put them off just a little bit for a couple of strokes. Allowing Devon West End to just ease out to perhaps the 1-length lead. Pass up towards Old Lane and head up to the finish in this final of the Open Masters F doubles.
And in the final of the F double sculls, the Devon and West End Rowing Composite is racing hard on the Berkshire station. The Tideway Scullers School have a slight lead as they come into the finish. Both crews racing extremely hard, ratings very high. Tideway Scullers have a slight advantage, which they're maintaining all the way to the line.
advantage over the Exeter Cappoquin double on the far side. Lincoln Park were warned by the umpire to steering and moved back from the middle onto the correct station. So it doesn't appear to have unsettled them particularly as they pull away now to about a 1 length lead over the double on Exeter Cappoquin. From Ireland. Chicago gets the park again, move out from the middle of the course, again you're asked by the umpire to come back onto the correct station. Keeping the path. Ensuring no interference between these two boats. And racing up away from the closure area, the floating area, and on up towards the finish of the final of the women's Masters.
And the result of the last race was a win for Tideway Scholars School over Devon and West End Rowing Club. And the result there was half a length in a time of 3:59. But if we move on to the next race, which is the women's F double sculls, this continues to be a relatively close race between Lincoln Park Boat Club from USA, from Chicago, and they're in their blue kit and ahead, and they are currently ahead of Exeter and Cappoquin Rowing Club Composite on the Buck Station. But Lincoln Park continue to lead this race as they come to the finish and should win it by about a length. Confirmation of the result from that last race, which was a win in the final of women's F double sculls. That was a win for Lincoln Park Boat Club over Exeter and Cappoquin Composite, and the verdict was 1 length. The time was 4 minutes and 23 seconds.
Middleton of Molesey Boat Club on the far side. Alex Barnett closest to us at 31 strokes a minute. Tom Middleton on the far side at 35. And it looks to me that Tom Middleton of Molesey is just beginning to open up a little bit of clear water, so let's call it a length and a half, about a quarter of the way into this race. This is the final of the Open Masters C single sculls. Tom Middleton of Molesey sculling very neatly and very lively, quite quick punchy strokes, 34 strokes a minute, and he's really pulling away now from Alex Barnett of Hollingworth Lake. Tom Middleton leading now by more than 2 lengths, perhaps it's even 3 lengths as they come past me in the boating area. He is really sculling very strongly. That's Tom Middleton of Molesey taking authority on this final paddle past the halfway point. He has 3 lengths advantage.
And in the final of the Open C singles, we have Tom Middleton from Molesey Boat Club, who was in the men's lightweight double sculls at the 2000 Sydney Olympics, so he's obviously no slouch. And he's currently leading Alex Barnett from Hollingworth Lake by about 5 lengths. I think Tom Middleton might be aiming to try and get some record time here. He's giving it beans as he gets all the way to the finish. He's not letting up, he's not dropping his rate at all. Racing it all the way to the line, despite the fact that he's got the race in hand.
On the final of the Women's Masters C singles is underway. Coming past us indeed in the boating area, Antonia van der Venter of Upper Thames Rowing Club has a considerable advantage over Nicholas Smith of Llandaff Rowing Club. That advantage about 4 lengths. Van der Venter sculling 31 strokes per minute and looks to be in complete control of this race from the halfway point.
Oh, over, right. So it's not over. You've got... Go on, Lando!
And the official result from the last race, which was a win for Tom Middleton from Molesey Boat Club over Alex Barnett from Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, the verdict is 5 lengths and the time was 3 minutes and 58 seconds. And the race before that was a win in the women's F double sculls. The final there was Lincoln Park Boat Club beat Exeter Cappoquin by 1 length in a time of 4:23. But back to the races on the river right now, and this is with Antonia van der Venter, local lass who lives here in Henley. She's representing Upper Thames Rowing Club in the women's C single sculls over Nicholas Smith from Llandaff, with Antonia van der Venter just crossing the finish line ahead there.
Coming up the course now, the final of the Masters I single sculls. And these two scullers are absolutely level as they pass me. Masters I average, 75 years old or more this year. Nick Homan of Dark Fox Amateur Rowing Club closest to us. Nick Curtis of Salisbury School from Connecticut, USA at the far side. Nick Homan just out in front. But in regards to those football two,
And a official result from the last race, which was a win for Antonia van der Venter. Verdict was 2.5 lengths over Nicholas Smith from Llandaff Rowing Club in a time of 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Back to the race that's on the course right now, and where we have Nicholas Salmon from Dart Totnes Rowing Club versus Dick Curtis from Salisbury School in Connecticut over in USA. And this race is quite a close race here. Certainly Nicholas Salmon is being pushed a little harder in this race than he was in his semi-final.
Long, powerful strokes. But Upper Thames just continuing to hold half a length to the start.
was a win for Upper Thames by 3/4 of a length over the Hickson Berwick composite, and the time was 3 minutes and 24 seconds.
Yeah, mama!
So we are taking one or two races out of order. We just jump ahead. This is race 275, the final of the Women's Masters F8 between Aberdeen Boat Club closest to us and Monmouth Rowing Club on the far side. And it's Monmouth who've opened up about a 3-race lead by the halfway point. So I believe the Masters F. Aberdeen gamely plugging on, but it is Monmouth on the far side who continue just to pull away this final of the Women's Masters F8.
advantage now. Scullers know that if they're going to do this, they've got to pick it up now. Try and close the gap. The Ulterior having the advantage of being able to watch highway scullers. Scullers putting the push. UL hopefully will have a bit of respect to respond. From their perspective, they hope they have. The Ulterior continues to lead by around a length and a half over upper Thames in this final of the Open Masters 10 race.
The official verdict of that last race, which was the final Open N8s, was a win for UL Tyrian over Typing Sculler School. The verdict was 2 lengths and the time was 3 minutes and 38 seconds. So we're just waiting for the next race to start. This will be race
270, excuse me, 276. The final of the Open Masters I quad sculls. Those two boats just getting themselves onto the stoke boats at the moment.
Oh, here we go, eventually. Royals, Chester, Quinton, Sogatuk.
This race 276 is underway. This is the final of the Open Masters I quads. On station closest to us, Royal Chester and Quintin Boat Club composite. And on the far side, a Saugatuck and Upper Thames composite. Looks to be that it's the quad closest to us, Royal Chester and Quintin, who have the early advantage over Saugatuck and Upper Thames. So on the far side, in the Saugatuck Upper Thames Rowing Club composite, is the oldest competitor in the regatta, Bob Pasternak from Saugatuck. You may remember him in a single a little earlier in the day. He's now in this quad, and at 84 years old, he is the oldest competitor here. But he's only just older than an 83-year-old who is in the Royal Chester Quintin boat. Royal Chester Quintin had some boat problems and has been very kindly lent a brand new empacker for this race. That's them coming up the course here. And another amazing fact for you in the Royal Chester Quintin boat, one of the individuals there had chemotherapy yesterday and is here today competing, and it's the Quintin Royal Chester composite boat to it, competing out for about a 1 length lead as they pass the voting round in this final of the Masters I quadruple sculls.
And in the final stages of the final of the I quadruple sculls, Royal Chester and Quintin Boat Club composite on the Berkshire station continue to lead Saugatuck and Upper Thames composite on the Buckinghamshire station. Saugatuck are based in Westport, Connecticut, just a little north of Long Island, New York. Royal Chester and Quintin continue to lead this race and have a lead of about 1 length at the stage as they approach the finish.
I feel that we jacked it in just for the point when I started.
On the course now, the final of the Open Masters G4-, Star Club on the side closest to us. Ardingly Rowing Club on the far side. There's two boats absolutely side by side. Ardingly being urged by the umpire to move away from Star Club.
because they are still side by side.
And the final of the last race, which was the I quadruple sculls, that was a win for Royal Chester and Quinton Boat Club Composite over Sogatak and Upper Thames Rowing Club Composite. The verdict is 1 length and the time was 4 minutes and 27 seconds. But back to the race that's on the course at the moment. This is now the final of the G Cox's Fours. Star Club on this side in their red kit are racing against Ardingly, and this has been a bit of a challenging race all along. Both crews have been warned. Star Club were just warned again, but they continue to lead by about 3/4 of a length over Ardingly. So it's going all the way to the line, this race. Really exciting. Star Club are getting warned for their steering again by the umpire. Hopefully they can move back on station quickly. This will be an interesting one to see as they come up to the finish line. Star Club are in the lead, but let's see what the umpire says about this finish. And in fact, the umpire has white flagged the race, so that will be a win for Star Club, and the official verdict will follow soon.
On the course now, the final of the Open Masters E single sculls. Rory O'Sullivan from Tideway Scholars School closer to us, and John Drew of the City of Bristol Rowing Club on the far side. And as they come to the boating area, it's Rory O'Sullivan of Scholars, who just has his bows in front, canvas or so ahead of John Drew of City of Bristol. As they come to the raft, Rory O'Sullivan just picks the rating up a little bit, picks the power up a little bit, and is just squeezing out to about a 1 length lead now over John Drew of City of Bristol on the far side. Rory O'Sullivan perhaps responding to support he's getting from his clubmates here on the bank. Now has about a 1 length lead.
And the verdict in that last race, which was the final of the Open G Coxless Fours, was a win for Star Club over Ardingly. The verdict was 3/4 of a length and 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Indeed, Rory O'Sullivan from Tideway Scullers with his yellow and red kit and blades is pushing hard. He's just about to be warned. He's just been warned now by the umpire. He's steered across a bit into the middle of the lane, so he's going to get back onto his side. He continues to lead John Drew from City of Bristol, but he's going to have to get back on side to make it a clean race. But yeah, he continues. He's got on his side now. Rory O'Sullivan in his yellow and red kit from Tideway Scullers continues to lead John Drew wearing his green kit from City of Bristol.
So coming past us, the Women's Masters E singles. Julie Watson of Oriel Kensington Rowing Club on the side closest to us. Miranda Cassini of Mortlake Anglian and Alpha on the far side. Julie Watson aiming to retain the title that she won here last year in this event, and she's doing absolutely what she needs to do at the moment. She's leading by 3 or 4 lengths as they come past the boating raft. Julie's coach told me that she sculls like a swan, full calm and efficient on the surface, but paddling like hell under the water. only working 4 houses as these start 4 lengths off in this final of the Women's Masters E single sculls.
Comfortably holding on to a 4-length lead. Miranda Cassini and Morley Henley and Alpha to get into the last 200 metres or so of this race.
The verdict of that last race, which was the final of the E single sculls, was a win for Sullivan from Tideway Scullers School by a verdict of 1 length over Drew from City of Bristol Rowing Club in a very good time of 3 minutes and 52 seconds. But if we flip back to the water now, then it's the final of the women's E single sculls, and Julie Watson from Oriel Kensington Rowing Club just near Hammersmith is currently leading Miranda Cassini from Mortlake Anglian Alpha just near Chiswick Bridge, and Watson leads by about 5 lengths as they come up to the 3/4 mile signal and approach the finish.
So this is race 280 coming past us, the final of the Open Masters D-Quad. Marlow Rowing Club closest to us. Marlow with around a 1 length advantage as the fast approaches.
The verdict of the last race was a win for Julie Watson from Oriel Kensington Rowing Club over Miranda Cassini from Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club. The verdict was 5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes 40. But coming up to the finish now is the final of the Open D Quad Sculls, where Marlow Rowing Club have just crossed the finish line ahead of Doncaster Rowing Club. And next we should be going on to the final of the women's D Quadruple Sculls, assuming that the races will be coming in the order in your programme. The verdict of that last race was a win in the final of the Open D Quadruple Sculls, a win for Marlow Rowing Club over Doncaster Rowing Club. The verdict was 3 lengths and the time was 3 minutes and 31 seconds.
Passing us now, the final of the Women's Masters D-Quads. Eton Excelsior Rowing Club on station closest to us. Mortlake Anglian and Alpha Boat Club on the far side. And Mortlake Anglian and Alpha have about a 2.5 length lead to come past both
And just approaching the 3/4 mile mark now is the final of the women's D quadruple sculls, where Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha on the far side with their black kit are currently leading Eton Excelsior on the near side. Eton Excelsior have had a little bit of a steering issue, but it doesn't really matter too much because they're a few lengths behind Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha. The official verdict for the final, the women's D quadruple sculls, was a win for Mortlake, Anglian and Alpha Boat Club, who beat Eton Excelsior Rowing Club by 3 lengths and in a time of 4:06.
So it looks to me that the starters have jumped ahead a couple of races. This race on the course is the final of the Open Masters C double sculls. Putney Town Rowing Club on the station closest to us, and BTC Southampton Rowing Club on the far side. And it's Putney Town Rowing Club who lead as we come past the boating raft by about 4 lengths.
Pulled it apart and put it even further away from the trailer than
And as the final of the Open C double sculls comes to the finish, Putney Town Rowing Club have just crossed the finish line ahead of BTC Southampton Rowing Club, and we await the official verdict on that.
On the course now, the final of the Open Masters G double sculls between Rio Salado Rowing Club from Tempe Town in Arizona on the station closest to us, and Hollingworth Lake Newark Rowing Club composite on the far side. And it's the Hollingworth Lake Newark double who lead, I think now comfortably about 3 lengths up on the American double from Arizona. of the boating area.
And we join the final of the Open G double sculls in the last stages of the race as Hollingworth Lake and Newark Composite lead Rio Salado Rowing Club USA, who come all the way from Tempe, Arizona, just near Phoenix. And as we come into the last few stages, Hollingworth Lake and Newark cross the finish line just ahead of Rio Salado, and we'll await the official verdict on that. Previously, the final of the Open C double sculls was a win for Putney Town Rowing Club over BTC Southampton. The verdict there was easily in the time 3:51.
This final of the Women's Masters C doubles comes towards us. Peterborough City Rowing Club on the station closest to us, having about a one-length lead over Thames Scullers on the far side as they come to the enclosure. Thames Scullers at 31, Peterborough at 32. Peterborough leading by one length to come past me just by the rafts. Both these doubles steering a very nice course so far up this stretch of river here in Henley. It's really iconic and historic stretch of river. Peterborough away. Peterborough
The verdict from that last race was a win for Hollingworth Lake and Newark Composite over Rio Salado Rowing Club USA, and that was a verdict of 3 lengths and a time of 4 minutes and 22 seconds in the final of the Open G double sculls. But now we currently are moving on to the final of the Women's C double sculls, so a slightly younger set of crews here, and we currently have Peterborough City Rowing Club in their yellow and blue kit, racing the Thames Scullers with their fairly eye-searing lime green as they come into the last stages of the race. Currently Peterborough lead by about a length. Quite a tight race here, both crews racing high, racing it all the way to the line. Hard fought win this one. Peterborough seem to be maintaining their advantage over Thames Scullers. The official verdict of that was Peterborough City Rowing Club won the final of the women's C double sculls, beating Thames Scullers by 3/4 of a length in a time of 4 minutes and 11 seconds.
So again, a race just slightly out of order on the programme. This is the final of the women's Masters B singles. Charlotte Anderson of Canterbury on station closest to us, and Debbie Thompson of Upton Rowing Club on the far side. And Debbie Thompson has the advantage here, a couple of lengths. Really pushing quite hard, trying to open up as big a gap as we can get. Really solid sculling from Debbie. Leading by 2.5 lengths. Must stamp her authority on this final. Open up as big and as large as she can. Whether that did have any response at the moment to it.
Debbie Thompson is racing for Upton Rowing Club, who are based in Upton upon Severn, who are in Worcestershire. And she continues to lead Charlotte Anderson from Canterbury from Cambridge in this final of the women's B singles. Thompson's got this one fairly closely controlled now, leading by several lengths, and is just calmly sculling up to the finish. Should win this event in the next few strokes.
Good race coming towards us now, the final of the Open Masters B singles between Carter East of Jacksonville Rowing Club from Florida on the station closest to us, and John Meir of Maidstone Invicta Rowing Club on the far side. These two scullers are side by side, nothing between them at all. Carter East just picks the rating up there as it comes to the enclosure. They are both neck and neck, both scullers at 34. As they come past me, maybe John Meir just leading by 2 or 3 feet. Carter East is very close to the booms on this side. They are both sculling as hard as we've seen anybody come up this course today.
The verdict of that last race was a win for Debbie Thompson from Upton Rowing Club over Charlotte Anderson from Cantabrigian. The verdict was 5 lengths and the time was 4 minutes and 36 seconds. But if we jump back to the race that's on the river at the moment, this is now the final of the Open B single sculls, and it's still a hard-fought race. Still quite tight between John Mere from Maidstone and Victor in Kent and Carter East, who's come all the way from Jacksonville Rowing Club in Florida, USA. Possibly slight advantage to John Mere from Maidstone and Victor, who's got about a length's lead, but he cannot rest for a minute because he's being chased incredibly hard. Both of them are rating very high. They're both well separated and well on their stations, so there's no danger of any steering clashes. But now John Mere is beginning to extend his lead a bit and is beginning to make a more dominant position in this race as they approach the finish.
This is the final of the Open Masters F Quad. Norwich Rowing Club in their bright yellow kit closest to it. Bradford on Avon Rowing Club in the red on the far side. But it's Norwich who leads by about a length and a half. It's Masters.
And the result of that last race, which was the final of the Open B single sculls, was a win for John Mere from Maidstone and Victor Rowing Club, who beat Carter East from Jacksonville Rowing Club, USA. The verdict was 3 lengths and the time was 4 minutes and 3 seconds. But back to the race that's on the course at the moment between Norwich and Bradford upon Avon. And Norwich have just crossed the finish line ahead Bradford on Avon in that final of the Open F quadruple sculls.
Final of Women's Masters F Quads coming up to the enclosure. Wallingford Rowing Club closest to it. The Upper Thames Lincoln Park composite on the far side, and it's Wallingford who lead by just over a length already. Wallingford's going very neatly together. So are Upper Thames Lincoln Park from Chicago. Those Upper Thames Lincoln Park quad certainly won't have been out too many outings in preparation for this. Wallingford crew go together all the time, and it's really showing as they pull away, opening up a 2-length lead in this final of the Women's Masters F Quad.
here we now have the final of the women's F quadruple sculls, with Wallingford Rowing Club leading against Upper Thames Lincoln Park as they approach the finish. The verdict of the last race was a win in the final of the Open F quadruple sculls, when Norwich Rowing Club beat Bradford on Avon Rowing Club by 1.5 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 36 seconds. We just await the official verdict of the women's F quad sculls.
Approaching the boating area is the final of the Open Masters I double sculls. These two doubles having an average age of 75 or more. Carrick Rowing Club from Cornwall on the station closest to us, and Llandaff Rowing Club on the far side. And it's Carrick who lead by just over a length, about a length and a half ahead of Llandaff. Coming past the boating area, Carrick continue to open up the lead, about 2.5 lengths now over Llandaff. Say these doubles have an average age of 75 or more this year. Tremendous effort from both of them, particularly Carrick, come all the way up from far southwest of Cornwall to take part in the regatta. As they go past the halfway point, they're going to be victorious in this Masters I doubles final.
In the final of the Open I double sculls, Carrick Rowing Club Cornwall continue to race against Llandaff Rowing Club, where Carrick continue to lead this race by about 4 lengths. At the moment, Carrick is just being warned for their steering, but they're sufficiently far ahead that I imagine they'll manage to make their way to the finish line without incident. The verdict of the last race was the women's F quadruple sculls, where Wallingford beat Upper Thames Lincoln Park by 3/4 of a length in a time of 3 minutes and 56 seconds.
Race 290 is underway. Final of the Women's Masters B Cox Falls Marlow Rowing Club on the station closest to us, and Barnesbridge Ladies on the far side. Nothing's very much between these two fours in this early stage of the race. Both of them keeping well apart, reasonably close to the booms on their respective sides. Looking down the course, I don't think I can really sense who's leading. It might just be Marlow, but if it is, Barnesbridge are only 2 or 3 feet behind. You can see angle unwinds. I then get the impression it might be Barnesbridge who are leading. So there's very, very little between these two boats. Barnesbridge maybe just settled a little bit better off the start, just beginning to squeeze away from Marlow. Barnesbridge now leading by a length
official verdict of the last race was the final of the I double sculls, the open I double sculls, and that was a win for Carrick Rowing Club from Cornwall over Llandaff Rowing Club, and the numbers are all fours. It's a 4-length verdict in 4 minutes and 44 seconds, all very neat. But back to the race that's on the course at the moment. Marlow Rowing Club versus Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club in the final of the women's B Coxed Fours, and it's a pretty tight race. Barnesbridge have a slight advantage at this stage as they approach the 3/4 mile mark, but there's nothing in it. They're really tight. Marlow are racing it all the way to the line. Barnesbridge are having to give it everything just to stay ahead. Barnesbridge are there in their blue kit, Marlow and the red kit much closer to this side on the Berkshire station. Barnesbridge have perhaps a length advantage as they come into the finish. Charging for the line here, Marlow giving it absolutely everything as well. But Barnesbridge are going to take this one as they approach the finish.
On the course now, the final of the Open Masters H Coxed Fours, Derby Rowing Club on the station closest to us, Aberdeen Boat Club on the far side. And Derby have opened up a lead of, well, I think that's more than a length already, length and a half, even before they get to the enclosure. Both fours at 30 strokes per minute. Derby perhaps just a little bit more power in the water as they squeeze away, now leading by a length and a half as they come to the boating raft in this final of the Open H Coxed Fours.
The verdict of that last race, which was the final of the women's B Coxed Fours, was that Marlow Rowing Club beat Barnesbridge Ladies Rowing Club by 1.5 lengths in a time of 4 minutes and 4 seconds. But if we jump back to the race that's on the course at the moment, this is now the final of the Open H Coxed Fours between Derby Rowing Club and Aberdeen. Aberdeen, with their purple kit on the far side, are some lengths behind Derby Rowing Club, who continue to pull away as they approach the finishing strokes of the race.
Swap shoulders or whatever. You can just go on the floor like this.
So we have just 3 races left to complete the programme. All 3 of these are 8th races, and this is where everyone organising hopes and race should be the final of the Open Masters C8s between Crabtree Boat Club on the station closest to us and Société d'Encouragement du Sport Nautique composite crew from France on the far side.
I'm terribly sorry, I made a mistake earlier. In the final of the women's B Coxed Fours, the winner was not Marlow Rowing Club, it was Barnes Bridge Ladies Rowing Club. So I apologise, I got that wrong. The medals are being awarded to the right crew, you'll be pleased to know. We just had a few slightly angry Barnes Bridge ladies, slightly confused. Do apologise for that mistake, it's entirely my fault. But in the last race, I believe that was a win for Derby Rowing Club. 3 lengths over Aberdeen Boat Club in a time of 4 minutes and 18 seconds. But I'm sure that someone will correct me if I'm wrong on that front as well.
So this Open Masters C8 final has started. Crabtree Boat Club on the station closest to us, and Ankou from France on the far side, as we would expect with Masters C8s. They've both gone off at a very high rating, but it's Crabtree who really pulled out very quickly, a length and a half lead after about 30 strokes. Crabtree closest to us in the green. Ankou on the far side, composite in a mix of kit. Crabtree at 38, absolutely powering down the course, pulling away by quite a margin with every single stroke. They already lead by more than 3 lengths as they come to the boating rafts, not yet halfway up this course. 38, Cox calls for them to do it. And they put up some more pressure and they go again. This is really impressive rowing from Crabtree, alumni of Cambridge University, absolutely destroying the French composite crew on the far side. Crabtree now leading by some 4, perhaps even 5 lengths, powering up this course. I think like no other crew we've seen today, absolutely dominating this race. Should mention that the Ankou French composite crew on the far side has a mixed crew. Crabtree absolutely dominant for this final of the Open C8.
In the final of the Open C8s, as they come to the finish, Crabtree Boat Club are piling on the rate. There's no letting up at all. They're quite a long way ahead of the French club from Sport Nautique, but they seem to be going for the best time they can get, irrespective of what verdict they'll record. So here's you go, the old Cambridge boys, with the 1 or 2 ringers in perhaps, with their green kit and the yellow crab logo, across the finish line there. Considerable margin ahead of the French crew. The official verdict of that was that Crabtree beat Société d'Encouragement de Sport Nautique Composite by easily verdict in a time of 3 minutes and 11 seconds.
The penultimate race has started, the final of the Women's Masters C8s. Between on the station closest to us, a composite from Bewdley Rowing Club, Lee Rowing Club, Wallingford Rowing Club and Upper Thames Rowing Club. And on the far side, Aberdeen Boat Club. Approaching the enclosure, the Bewdley Lee Wallingford Upper Thames 8 at 35 strokes a minute. Lee Aberdeen, who are on 34 by about a length. Coming to the boating rafts, Bewdley Lee Wallingford Upper Thames holding on to a one-length advantage over Aberdeen on the far side, just beginning to get clear water. The composite closest to us now about a length and a quarter as they paddle up the course, race up the course I should say. Composite closest to us, still 34 strokes per minute. Slightly over-racing Aberdeen from 3.
And as Roger said, we are coming into the penultimate race here in the final strokes. The composite on this side, there is Bewdley, Upper Thames, Wallingford and Lee, is being stroked by Lebieres from Lee. You can see her there in her orange lycra. She's a former Oxford Blue. She's rowed the Atlantic, and if you think you recognise her surname, her elder sister Annabelle went to the Olympics. So a bit of a rowing family there, and they're dominating this race and beating Aberdeen Boat Club by just over a length as they come into the final few strokes. Both crews giving it absolutely everything in the last few strokes.
The last race of the day has just started. the station closest to us, Star Club, Bedford Rowing Club Composite, and on the far side, Quintin Boat Club. Immediately off the start, Star Bedford were warned by the umpire for their steering, and we're only 6 or 7 strokes into the race for that warning. Two crews moved apart nicely, settling into the race, which is about 20 strokes underway.
Just to jump in with a quick official verdict of the last race, which was the final of the women's C8s. That was a win for the Bewdley Composite over Aberdeen Boat Club by 1.5 lengths in a time of 3 minutes and 52 seconds. But back to the final race of the day.
Star and Bedford at 35, Quintin on the far side at 37. Star and Bedford lead by about a third of a length, perhaps half a length as we come to the boating area in this final of the Masters G8s. I think it's now half a length. Star Bedford lead, just trying to squeeze away. Like two really good eights racing here side by side. Star Bedford just moving up. Fox is level with the mailman and Quintin Boat. Star Bedford leading by about 3/4 of a length.
And here we come into the final portion of the final race of the day. This is the blue ribbon event, obviously the final of the Open G8s. We have the Star Bedford Rowing Club Composite versus Quintin, and Bedford are charging ahead. They have about half a length margin at the moment. And there we can see the flowing silver locks of the incomparable Shelmizelle Senior and the bow seat of the Bedford Rowing Club 8, with his Star mates in front of him, and they're charging hard for the final. What's the verdict going to be? Bedford Star are going to cross the finish line first, and we await the official verdict of this last race. And so the final verdict of the final race was in the final of the Open Masters G8s, and that was a win for the Star Bedford Rowing Club Composite, who beat Quintin Boat Club by 1/4 of a length in a time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds. And with that, that is now the end of Henley Masters Regatta 2023. Thank you for coming. Thank you to all the wonderful helpers who did so much to make it happen. And we hope to see you all next year.